Well, hello, are we here? Are we here? Oh people, do you hear me? Are we here? Well, hello folks and welcome to today's live stream. Now, I think that this is a public stream, you know, but that's okay, because I have a thing going on which is, I wanted to let the folks know that I'm still alive, and I'm going to try and do like one video a week, maybe just one, where I show up and let people who are not members join in, and that's absolutely fine. So anyway, just so you know the vibe, this is the home of the great web development revolution, and you have a front row seat. I've been spending a lot of time working on a new Trongate site, and it's had some good feedback. I have my little Fleetwood Mac or Lindsay McVeigh tribute on the homepage just now, and I've spent a whole lot of time working on this, but now, well, hopefully we're going to be moving into a new phase soon. On the GitHub stars front, I think we might be at 689. Isn't that awesome? Isn't it fantastic? Now, I don't do too many YouTube videos in public these days, because I have had a few challenges, but what the heck, we might as well do one just now, you know. So, yesterday, I know that you may not have been here, but yesterday I was working on what can I call it? I suppose you could say a social media authenticator, and I'll just show you my screen again here. So I had spent some time trying to build a thing that lets people log in with Twitter. Unfortunately, I don't know entirely if they've accepted my application thing. You know, because you need to apply and tell them what you're up to and all of that. So let's have a look here. We've got the Trongate website. We have a little app icon. We have, right, I'll do that at some point. Now it says this allows users to log in, blah, 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 blah. Let's have a look at this. Okay. And read tweets and profile information. Well, that's all I need. Okay. So, to request emails from users, you're required to provide URLs to your app's privacy policies and terms of conditions. So yesterday I did that, and it took ages. So yesterday, hold on a minute. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, as I was saying, yesterday I spent quite some time working on these privacy policies and stuff like that. You have to do these things, you know. So we now have that. It was a whole lot of work. And it's this stuff here. It's all very legal, you know. But you have to be covered. That's what you do. Here's the privacy policy. I actually did the most insanely, what's the word? Thorough privacy policy ever. Because not only did I describe the data that I use and why, but I even included the very code that I use to encrypt data and hash passwords and all of that. I even included all of that. You've never seen a more detailed privacy policy ever. There's the code I use for setting cookies. There's when it expires, everything. So there we go. And that was a whole lot of work. So once you fill that stuff out, the idea is that you go to the developer portal and you submit an application, and I did that yesterday. And it says it might take up to 48 hours, but maybe that was under normal use conditions. They've got a whole new team here and everything. at Twitter. I think Elon's doing a fantastic job, by the way. But I don't know if we've got this. I really don't. So how do we check that? That's what I want to know. Well, let's see here. Supposing we edit this. I have no idea. Let's have a look here. Alright, well, I tell you what. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this thing here. Instead, I think I'm gonna work on something else today. I think I will. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to do a wee bit of work on a comparison site today that I've been working on, you know. Now, just so you know, this is not a web development tutorial. This is not a tutorial. This is real work, real research. Sometimes I make mistakes. Sometimes I go really slow. And sometimes, if I'm really lucky, things go okay. So this is the real deal, you know. So so let's do this then. We're going to do a wee bit of work on a comparison site today, okay? And here is what I've got so far. Now I've got this. Okay, now that looks pretty garbage, right? But there is actually a domain up for this, which I'm happy to show you. And it looks like this. So this is going to be my comparison site for finding cars, you know. I've built maybe, well, not maybe, I reckon last time I did a count, I built 12 sites for the motor trade. I have quite a bit of experience in this area, but nobody has built a decent comparison site yet for the car leasing industry, at least not in the UK. So I figured this might be cool. Now there's certain things, this is what I've got now as the development thing, so you can see I've lost my nice design, but to give you an idea of how it's going to work, I'll just show you. So this thing works with local storage stuff. So basically you select stuff and JavaScript remembers it. Let me give you a little demonstration. So if I say something like BMW 3 Series, let's have a saloon. Did you see the button going green, right? So now I'm going to find the best deals, and it's asking for a few other things. So we can say something like 24 months. We can say 10,000 miles per year, 3 payments up front. Then we start searching, and check this out. Now we get our little footprints here, and believe it or not, that is an animation that it's just the same animation, but I'm just doing a wee script that changes the angle, you know. And then you get your quotes coming in like this. I don't know what happens when you view the deal. I think it gives you a pop-up, yeah, something like that. I haven't quite got that going yet, but that is the basics of the system, you know. Now, what I'm going to do here, there's certain things about this that I'm not going to broadcast, because there's a few technical things that took me, in all honesty, it just took me a very, very long time to figure out, you know. And I'm just not willing to dish that information out for free. But what I can do, and what I am happy to show you folks, is how to structure this so that it can potentially fetch from multiple websites, you know. So I think that's what I'm going to do here. Alright. So that's what we're going to do. And we're going to focus on the basic structure and just on the basic process and how we handle messages going back and forward and all of that type of stuff. Would that be a cool day? Would that be a cool day? Well, I hope it would be a cool day. So let's do this. All right. I'll just get myself together here. I feel like I've been working on this site forever, you know. But it's only within the last few weeks that I've decided, you know what, let's just finish this thing once and for all. So that's your vibe, you know, once and for all. So here's the old text editor, here's localhost, and here we go. Now I'm going to start this one by building 3 different comparison sites. I know it's all a bit mad, but this is 3 different what I'm going to call providers, right? This will make sense in a minute. So I'm going to open up the Tongate desktop app, okay? Now again, this is not a tutorial, but I hope that you learn something from it. I don't know what I'm going to be writing in 5 minutes time here, but the Force is my ally. So let me just do something like this. I'm going to say PRV1 stands for provider 1, right? Actually, I'll call it PV1. Yeah, PV1. Provider 1, right? Okay, here we go. So I'm going to choose a location. It's going to be in XAMPP. I'm going to create a new app and we're going to generate. Okay, so we're imagining that this site here, it belongs to some provider. Now a provider might be a retailer, or maybe it's an airline company or a place where people buy concert tickets. It can be anything you want, but we're calling this a provider, right? This is the terminology that we're using. Now we're going to get another provider site. We'll call it PV2. And again, this is our imaginary provider. Here it comes again. It's PV2. You can hear from my voice that I was up till 5 AM last night. Anyway, here we go. It's PV2. Thank you very much. Your applause is most welcome. Now we'll do one more. And it's going to be PV3. We're going to submit. And we'll choose a location again. And we're going to generate. Excellent. So we've now got 3 provider apps up here, okay? The next thing that we're going to do then, we're going to go to our actual comparison site here. Now that's not it. Give me a minute. Okay, so here's the comparison site that we're doing. And again, I don't expect anyone to follow every line of code or anything like that. But I'm gonna build a module for storing provider details. Now, could you give me just a wee moment? I have something that I need to look up here. I'll be right with you. That's okay, I'm still here, don't you know, don't you know? I'm still here. Okay, organization name, base URL. Okay, cool. That's fine. Alright, we can show you this. It's fine. So, we're going to build a little module. I'll use this thing for speed, right? And I'm going to modify the comparison site here. This is our comparison site. And I'm going to create yeah, let's update. So this is interesting. The first time I've caught this on camera, an update to the framework has happened, And so what I'm doing here is I'm updating the framework engine. This is how we do framework updates with TronGate. Check this. That's it. We now have the latest version. Isn't that beautiful? Alright. So we're going to call this one provider. And we're going to submit. Now, I'm not going to have an icon, but let's add some properties. Okay. So the providers are going to have a few different fields. We're going to have provider name. We're going to add that property. We're going to have provider base URL. We're going to add that. We're going to have a provider code. The provider code is only going to have 3 characters. Something like that. So we're going to have a name, a URL, and a code. Let's also just add in, for the moment, any additional notes, just in case. Well, I'll just call it notes. In case there's anything else that I've forgotten, you know. So that's going to be it. And here we go. I'll leave out this URL column and I'll order by provider name ascending. Then we'll generate. And it's ahoy to Stefan. How on earth are you doing, Stefan? I haven't seen you in a wee while, man. I hope you're okay. Very nice to see you, my friend. Very nice to see you. Geez, where have you been? We missed you, man. We all missed you. I hope you're doing well. Alright. So, we've got a little providers thing here. Now, let me just do a couple of little things, if you won't mind. A couple of little things. So, do you see how we've got these placeholders here? On the form input fields. Okay, well I'm going to chuck in a little auto complete assigned to off. Alright, so that means that we don't get any of those slightly irritating autocompletes here when we click on these things, you know. So, shall we do this? Alright, let's add some providers. So I'm going to do the first one as provider 1. Now the base URL for provider 1 is this little beauty here. Here we go. The provider code is going to be PV1. It's kind of like an airport. Do you know what I mean? And there's not going to be any notes. I don't think we've made notes required. I'll just double check. Yeah, we did make it required, so we'll take that out. There we go. There we go. Thank you very much. And there's the first provider. Now I'm going to do that for 2 more providers. So let's say provider name is provider 2. So the base URL is exactly the same, except this one's PV2. So you imagine that this is another website, a music shop, you know, a travel agent, anything you want. We're going to give it a little code like an airport. And we'll leave out the notes, and there we go. Okay, so we'll add in 1 more provider record. I'll just say provider 3. Not very imaginative names here, but that's okay. We'll go like that, and we'll call the code PV3. Again, copying the airport format here. And there you have it. Okay, so we've now got 3 providers. Thank you. All is well. I hope you're well too. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I am well, and I'm super glad to see you, man. Honestly, I worry when people just disappear. You know, man. Jeez, it doesn't feel the same. All day I was like, how's my audio? I'm used to having my wee audio checks and stuff like that from you, you know. Anyway, we've just added in these 3 providers. So now what we're going to do is an exercise in simplification. Let's take all of this stuff out of the picture. And here we go. Right, okay. So let's head over to our home page here. Okay. And now I don't really know what I'm going to do next. So let me grab a little swig here as I figure this out. Okay, hold on. Okay. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. If I'm going to be testing this thing over and over and over, I don't want to have to keep filling this stuff in every single time. That would be a downer. So what we're going to do then is, for a little bit of speed, we're going to have a module by the name of Playground. It's a little convention of mine. And it's going to have controllers. And it's going to have views. Oh, you miserable thing. Where did that go? Alright, there we go. So we've now got this little module here, and we're going to just use this for testing stuff, you know. So I'll build this. It's going to be our normal opening that we've all come to know and love. Class Playground extends Tron Gate. Don't worry if you don't remember that. It took me about 10 years to remember that line of code, you know. Don't worry about that. And I'm going to just have a little index method here. And I'm going to just say OK. So we'll take a little trip here to the playground thing. It helps if you type it properly. There it is right there, okay. So now that we've got that going, let's see if we can build a little page. So we'll say view file is playground. Then we're going to load up a template. I'm going to call the template Cool Moby. That's the template we're using today. And if we save and refresh, you can see that it's trying to load that up. It's doing the best it can. Now we're going to give it a little helping hand by adding in a view file. There you go. Now the contents of the view file will be remarkably similar to the contents of the home page, you know. So I'm going to just chuck in a little section, something like that. Okay, so this is going to help me to hopefully make this happen, you know. And let me think here, what else can we do? Right, so here's what we'll do. We're going to add in a button here. This is going to have a text align center. So this is a paragraph actually. Okay, a little paragraph. There it is. In this paragraph we're going to have a button, right? And we're going to just say get quotes. Like this, okay? Now, under normal circumstances, we have to go through all of this bullshit here. And even sometimes more stuff before we can get quotes. It's a bit of a downer. what we're going to do is we're going to have a little shortcut, you know. So do you see how when I select these things, it's adding to local storage? Do you see that? It's JavaScript. Look at here. It's adding in the local storage values. Same with this page here. It's adding the local storage, right? So what I'm going to do then is a little shortcut. I'll go through the process one time. So we'll have a BMW. Let's have a 3 Series. Saloon. You can see it's selecting the values here. Then I'm going to select, we'll do the most commonly used terms, maybe 24 months. Let's say 10,000 a year. And let's say 3 payments up front. Okay, that's a very popular deal. In fact, that's one of the most popular leasing deals probably in Europe. So there's our data, right? So what we're going to do now is a little bit of JavaScript magic. We're going to say on click equals init get quotes. Okay. Now I would call it init get some quotes in case there's some JavaScript called init get quotes. I just thought of that actually. I want a unique name here because I'm just testing, you know. So we'll add in a little thing that says init get some quotes. Now we're going to set these local storage values. So the way that you do that is you say local storage set item, then you say the item name, and then you say the item value. So that's the format, right? And we're going to have 6 of these like this. So now we're going to actually get this happening. So this is to save us from having to run through the drop downs every time we want to test this, right? We are just building, and it's a little shortcut. Here we go. Now you can do this for any type of comparison site that you want. Concert tickets, you name it. The only thing is, and I say this as a serious statement, actually, get permission from the people that you're getting data from. I've been involved in this industry in one way or another since 2004, and in fact 3 of the sites, no, maybe not 3, one of them's merged, 2 of the sites that are page 1 on Google for the phrase car leasing, well, guess who built them? So I really do know this industry really well, and I'm good friends with at least one of the main, actually a couple of the players in this field, and I have had permission. Now the reason why you want to do that and get permission is because, you know, when you're dealing with companies that are doing well in a $1 billion industry, I'm telling you, man, I've actually been in the guy's house and everything, the guy I'm thinking of, and you know what it's like? You go in and it's a big old flat screen TV on the wall with a spreadsheet, and they are watching every single hit, every visit, everything. They're meticulous. So if you go out there and build a site that just scrapes tons and tons of data, well, first of all, you're hammering their website, which I think is a bit unethical, and secondly, you'll get, it's just uncool. That will never be a good starting point for a good relationship. I don't believe in blanket scraping, by the way. I believe in laser precision extracting of data. And alright, we have Claudia joining us here. Congratulations on your team getting through, by the way. Congratulations indeed. So Claudia is over there in Argentina, you know. I have to say though, I feel kind of saddened. I just I know it sounds a bit mad, but I miss Diego, you know. I think we all miss the great Diego Maradona. He was such a favourite of mine. And funny thing is, you know, Diego Maradona and I, we have the same body type, you know. And I don't really mean like when he won the World Cup, but more like when he was out of control and off the rails, you know. But I miss Diego. He was a magical person. Nevertheless, it's good to see Argentina doing well, and congratulations with your team, Claudia. We salute you. All right. Okay. So I've set a bunch of stuff here, right? 743, 1, 10,003. Okay. There you go. Now I'll just do a little console.log ready. Let's not get too carried away with this stuff, right? So we're going to head over to our magical playground page here. Now I'll clear the local storage, okay? And if I click get quotes, it should immediately populate that. Yep. Yeah, so you're very welcome. Yeah, in case there's nothing scarier than a woman appearing online and saying thanks for the picture. Just to clarify, it was a picture of Maradona with Freddie Mercury, okay? Two people that I kind of admire. I cannot forget him. We cannot forget him. He was the best. Alright, here we go then. So I'm going to get quotes. And there we go, right? So that saves us from having to go through this hen house. Instead of having to select like a moron, now we can just do this. We can hit get quotes and everything is fine. Now if you're feeling particularly crazy, you could chuck in another one and you could just say something like start over, and then you could say something like init start over, and we can do the opposite. We can remove the local storage. It's so easy. Look how easy it is. You go like this, and instead of set item, you just say remove item. That's right. Web development can be easy. It can be easy, ladies and gentlemen. When I code, I always like to smile, you know. Anyway, here we go. So if I hit start over, all of the values are cleared. If I hit get quotes, there you go, right? Isn't that nice? So we're building a little thing here that's going to let us test this, okay? Now, let's think about the next thing that we're going to have on our comparison site, on any comparison site actually. What would we probably have next? Well, if we select some options like so, and then we do some more options. Now keep an eye on the URL here. Keep an eye on the URL, okay? So, in fact, do you know what? Give me a moment. Okay. So we're going to go to this start searching thing. That's going to search. Do you see that? There it is. And it's doing its search, okay? Do you like my little footprints? And there's our deals, right? But the key thing is that it went to a page called search. I do hope that you saw that. There it is, right? Okay. Okay. Now, here's what we're gonna do. Where it says init get some quotes, we're gonna go a little bit further than this. Thank you very much indeed, Claudia. I appreciate that energy. Right. So what we're gonna do then is, when we do a search on our comparison site, each and every search is going to be identifiable by a token. It's like when you go into Argos. Have you done this? I don't know if you've got an Argos where you are, but it's the catalogue shop, you know. It's kind of an obsession here. And the idea is that you go to you choose the thing, Here's the picture, right? So you choose your thing. Usually they've got these computers. It's one of these shops for poor people, you know? Anyway, I love Argos. You choose that, and then you take a wee thing to the desk up here, and you say, I'd like to buy, you know, an inflatable sheep or whatever. And then they say, cool. And if you look up in the picture on the top right hand side, you'll see that there's TV screens here. Do you see the TV screens? And so what happens is these will display numbers, and it will say your number's being prepared, or your order's being prepared, blah, 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 blah. Somebody runs about the back, gets all of your stuff. Then they come back and they say, that's you. And then you pick your thing and then you leave. That's how it works in Argos. I wonder if they've got an Argos. Can you believe it? The godfather of speed coding is here. Hello and welcome. For anybody just joining us, I'm trying to do one video a week for the normal channel. I hope you don't mind. I do hope you're okay with that. But the great Dafa is here in full formation. We have Claudia joining us from Argentina. Stefan is here. I'm sure there's several million others hanging about in the background. And this is not a tutorial. I repeat, not a tutorial. It's real development. It's research. It's problem solving. It's often me bungling into all sorts of mistakes and usually begging Simon for help. That's what this is. That's what you get here. It's the real deal. So imagine Argos, right? We're going to base our thing on this real situation here. So how would it work in a place like Argos? Think about it. You buy your stuff. Do they have an Argos in Australia? I'm curious. I'd be astonished if they had anything like that in Argentina or Germany. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, what would you do? You'd select your stuff, right? So here's the guy selecting his stuff. Then you say, I want it. Give me that. And then the guy at the desk gives you a wee number and says, wait here. So what we're going to do then is we're going to have a system that basically initializes a search and says, here's your token. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Now, because we're dealing with multiple websites, we got providers and websites to the left and websites to the right. I mean, there could be 50 companies here, right? Well, stick with the Argos model. How are you going to run the shop? The idea is, of course, you need to have a kind of manager, a boss who's going to coordinate this whole darn thing. So that's why I made a thing up called Lease Bot. In fact, you know what? Here you buy a car, you cannot lease it. Oh, you give it time. You give it time, Claudia. It's coming to a place near you. Debt-driven society, don't you know? Okay, so let me think. What I think we'll do then is we're going to make a module. I'm not going to call it LeaseBot, but we're going to have some module that the job of the module is to coordinate everything. Everything goes through this one module that effectively manages stuff, talks to the other modules, lets everybody know what's happening. It's kind of like the boss, right? So let's have a cool name for the module. Any ideas? How about if we call it Quotes Boss? Something like that? Would that be cool? No Argos in Australia? I'm surprised. Okay, interesting. Okay, so what's a cool name for the thing here? Imagine it's the manager, right? So something like Quotes Boss, would that be a good name? Anything you think? Anything you think? Alright, let's go with that. I'll go with Quotes Boss, right? So this is the foreman, the manager, the one who coordinates everything. Now Quotes Boss, like any self-respecting module, is going to have controllers. Probably won't have views though. I don't think we need that, and I don't think we need a database table. So I'm going to just go class Quotes Boss. Oh gee, hold on a second. There we go. So that's the name of it. And we're going to say class Quotes Boss extend Stronggate. And we'll do a little test thing. And we're going to say hi. Okay, here we go, folks. So it's a little thing called Quotes Boss. We're going to say test. And as you can see, this says hi, right? Okay. Now, let's make up. If we think about the page that we're going to here, when we ask for a quote, right? When we say get quotes, what we're actually doing, think of the Argos model, we're saying to the boss, hey man, here's what I want. Could you please get me some quotes, right? So let's just say init get quotes. So I'm going to initialize the process of getting quotes, right? Now this Quotes Boss is going to do a few things. First of all, I'll add a wee bit of security onto this, but I'll do that later on. But what it's basically going to do is generate a random string, and it's going to give the random string to the person who submitted the search. That random string is then going to take the user to a waiting page. Then we're going to wait for the quotes to come in. Does that make sense? Well, I hope so. So I'm going to just say, now there's a whole lot of code to add, but let's just say search token is make rand string, and we'll give everybody a search token of 16 characters. That's absolutely fine, right? Now I'm going to echo the search token like so. Okay. So what we've now got then is a little thing by the name of Quotes Boss, and if we say init get quotes, watch how it gives me a random number. See that? Random numbers. Perfect, right? So if we go back over to our playground page here, and we've got init get some quotes. Now let me just think here. Okay, so here's what we'll do. I really am making this up as I go along, by the way, but I'm going to say const http equals new XML HTTP requests. We're going to say http.open. It's going to be a post request, and we are going to post to a target URL of some sort. Now the target URL is going to be the base URL, then it's going to be the Quotes Boss, and then we're going to go to init get quotes. Okay, init get quotes, there you go. So that's our target URL. Okay, if you want, we can call it the Quotes Boss URL, doesn't really matter, but we're going to open up a connection and we're going to post some stuff. Now I'm going to say http set request header. I'm going to say content type, and then it's application /JSON, and then I'm going to say http.send, and we're going to send some stuff. So what are we going to send? Well, let's make up some parameters. And we're going to take all of this stuff here, like this, turn it into a bunch of parameters. Basically, it's just a JavaScript object, right? Here we go. So we've now got a bunch of parameters here, and we're going to send the parameters. So we say json.stringify params, and then we're going to say http dot. Now we've sent it. So now we're saying when the page loads. Now you can either do that or you can write function. Doesn't really matter. You can do that if you prefer. Doesn't matter to me, right? I'll go with this since it's a wee bit more modern now. And I'm going to just console.log, and I want to console log the response from this web page. So I'll just say http dot response text. Okay? Alright, that was a whole lot of JavaScript there. So let's now go to this console thing. I'm going to click get quotes. Oh. Ah. Well, do you know what? It would appear that I need to set these values here. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's okay. So const month ID is 7. Const range ID is 43. I know I don't need to do colons, but I want to do colons because I think it's a healthy habit. Or semicolons even. Okay. So const my term is going to be 24. Const my mileage is going to be 10,000. That's the annual mileage. Const my initial, that's the number of initial payments, is going to be 3, right? So that's the manufacturer's ID, that's the range ID, so that's like BMW 3 Series, Saloon, that's what we're talking about, right? So that's what all of that stuff is. I could change all of that, but there's really no need, even though it's a bit crude. Well, I suppose I might as well, since I'm on YouTube. Alright, here we go. Since we're on YouTube, because sometimes you'll get people saying, why did you repeat the code, you know? I won't be using any of this anyway, it's just a little playground. But here you go, here you go. So, now we should have our params here. We're going to refresh. We're going to click. There you go. So do you see how on the bottom left we've got the code here? Right? And every time, that's actually a random code. It looks similar, but here we go again. There you go. See? There they all are. So that's kind of cool. So now what we're going to do is over on the quotes boss here, we're going to take the posted data. Hey. Gems Lighted, owner of what is arguably the greatest tech website on YouTube, is here. Very nice to see you, man. How on earth are you, you crazy rock and roller? You know, we should catch up on Skype one of these days. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. And by the way, you should really check out his channel. If you're into retro keyboards and all of that, you're in for a treat. Alright. So let's now take the inbound data that is being submitted, and we're going to do some stuff with it, okay? Now here's a little reminder of what gets posted. So I'll just paste this in just for a little bit of convenience here. Okay, so that's what we're getting. So our job is to now accept that data and do some stuff with it. So here's how we're going to do that. We're going to say posted data. Now here's the tricky bit. You just say file get contents and then you say php blah 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 input. So that's going to get all of our posted data, but as a string, you know. Then I'm going to say data equals JSON decode posted data. And believe it or not, that's about it. If I now just say JSON data true, we should have a nice little display of what's being received at the other end. Here we go. And there it is, see? So it's getting all of that data and everything is beautiful. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it into PHP variables. I like snake case. I hope you like snake case too. So what we could do is let me think here. Right, if we do var dump data, let's just try that, right? Var dump data, what do you think it's going to say? The answer is, it says it's an object. Okay, so strictly speaking, this is a data object. That's what that is, right? Now I want to convert these little beauties to snake case because it makes me feel good. So I'm just going to say manufacturer ID is that, loading up manf ID. So I'm converting from the insane, very stupid snake, what's this called, camel case, which is of course completely inferior to snake case. Didn't take long before I started annoying people there. Anyway, we're going to do something like that and something like that. So this one is going to of course say my initial. Right, there you go. So we'll have range ID, we'll have style ID. Now this could be any comparison site that you care to mention, concerts, travel agents, you name it. And all I'm doing in this live stream is I'm just mapping out the general flow. I'm not going to deal with grabbing data or anything like that. You're going to have to figure that out yourself. My only advice is make sure you've got permission, you know. So here we go. We're going to get quotes. And now you can see that we've converted all of this into fantastic little PHP variables. One of the other things that you can do, which I think is actually a good idea, is chuck in a little parenthesis with int if you're dealing with integers. Now you don't need to do that, but PHP is going through an insane phase right now. Everybody's making it as strict as possible, so it doesn't do any harm at all to just make sure things are integers. It's not doing any harm, right? So what are we going to do then? What are we going to do? Well, now what we're going to do is we're going to take all of this posted data, then we're going to generate a search token, and then we're going to add it to our live searches database. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so let's have a think about this. Okay, so let's just build a live searches database. Now I'm actually wondering, do I need to use the code generator for this? I don't think I do, so I'm just going to build it manually. It'll take me 5 minutes, but here we go, right? I'll go as quick as I can. So live searches, we're going to have a new folder called controllers. We'll just go, I don't think we need views, by the way, so we're going to say live searches.php, and we'll just quickly bring this to life. Okay, so class live searches extends strongate. We'll do a little test here. I'm just going to say hi, and then let's head up and we'll just make sure that that's happy. So if I go to live searches /test, there it is. You can see that it says hi. So now I'm going to take a trip to the database. I should probably open that in a new window, right? Okay, so here comes the new window. I'm heading into where the database is here. Okay, now I'm making up a table, and the table is going to be called live searches. And this table is going to have 12 columns. I've just made up a random number, but watch how good I am, folks. Watch how good. And I'll show you what I mean. We're going to have an ID, primary key, auto increment. We're going to have a search code. That's going to be our random string. It's going to be a variable character of 16. We're going to have all of this posted stuff that we sent across. Now, I was tempted to put this in an array and save it as JSON or serialize it or something. But you know what? I don't think so. I think it's actually a good idea to have these columns in here individually. And you know why that is? The reason why that's a good idea is because it means that if somebody asks for a BMW coupe, for example, we can then say to them, look, here's your coupe quotes, but somebody got a really great saloon for this price. Do you see what I mean? So by adding in the individual fields, it gives us the option of doing all of that cool stuff. Now, do you remember when I said, here's how good I am? You saw that I made this thing randomly. You saw that I just chose the number 12, but check this out. I'm going to say make string. I'm going to say range string. I'm going to say vehicle string. And I'm going to say date created. Behold. So, make string is going to be a variable character. There's no makes more than 75. Range will go up to 95. It's probably too big. And the vehicle string is a variable character of 255. I'll show you what this does in a minute. And date's going to be an integer. The genius is, how the heck did I know that I would need 12 fields? The answer is the Force. The Force is my ally. Don't you hear me? I already told you that, don't you know? So here we go then, right? And what we're doing then is we're going to be adding all of this stuff to the database, but we're going to add in the search code as well. So we'll say data, search. I called it search code. I should have said search token. Maybe I'm not that much of a genius. Alright, here we go. So search token. So search token equals, we'll take this little beauty here. There you go. So we're building up all of the stuff that we need to bring this thing to life. In fact, if it makes you feel good, we can put it in the order that it appears on the database table. That might be helpful, right? So search token, man5d, blah, 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 blah. So then we've got a make string. So data make string. Now I'm just going to do that for the moment. I'll have to do a database search for that. In a minute that's going to say BMW, but not just yet, right? Then we've got range string. In a minute that's going to say 3 series, but not just yet. And then we're going to have vehicle string. Okay, I should have actually called that make range string. Do you know that? Because it's more meaningful. In fact, let me think here. No, we'll keep it as it is. We'll keep it as it is. So the vehicle string is going to be that's going to be like, I'll just write this in actually. So the make string will be something like BMW. The range string will be something like 3 series. The vehicle string will be BMW 3 series saloon. Something like that, you know. And why am I doing that? Well, I just don't know. It might come in handy later on. I have a strange feeling that it probably will, but maybe it won't. So finally, we'll do a date created. And I'll just say that the date created is the current time. And then we're going to add all of this to live searches. So we say this, we say model, insert that data into live searches. There you go. And since we're all in the land of APIs, does no harm to do a little 200 response code, and we're echoing out data search token. There you go. So, shall we dance? Shall we dance? Oh yes, we shall. We're going to head back to our playground page here, and we're going to just click get quotes. You can see that almost immediately it has given us this token. But most importantly, if we look at the live searches thing, you'll see that it has inserted all of that data. Isn't that fantasticola? Yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Mario's here. How are you doing, Mario? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so good to see you. We actually have a few people along today. Can you believe it? I'm telling you, man, this channel's picking up. Watch yourself, PewDiePie. I'm coming after you. Mr. Beast and all of that, you know? Alright. So, have you seen that Mr. Beast channel, by the way? I think it's quite fascinating, you know. I do think it is pretty fascinating. I think the dude's a genius, as far as I can tell. Anyway, I want to sort out this make string thing. I just would like to do that, if that's okay, right? So I'm going to just now let me think here. Okay, I'll tell you what, let's just see if we can do a table join just for speed, right? So we'll open up the query builder here, and I have no idea if this will even work, but suppose we do that, and suppose we do that, right? And suppose we say something like, now manufacturer ID, that's it. Maybe we'll say inner join. Okay, so then we might say something like, okay, let's get make title and range title, okay? So this is a little table join here. Now, as I'm doing this, it has just occurred to me that I haven't got a table for, give me a second here. I don't have a table for body style, and I think that's kind of uncool. I really think that's uncool. So I'm going to make that, if that's okay. It'll only take a few minutes, right? So forgive me if I have to shut this one down for now. I think that we do need one of these for body style. So let's just do this, right? We're going to modify. Here we go. So we're going to just say create new module. I'll call it body style. Manage body styles is fine. We will not have an icon. And let's just have a variable character with body style. Okay, perfect. Now, I'll also add in. No, I'll keep it at that actually. Let's just keep it simple, right? So body style, we are not going to have anything else, and we will order by ID ascending. Not that it matters though. Okay, so we've now got a body styles table and a body styles module, right? The next thing we're going to do is we're going to add in some real body styles here, and we do have a few of them. Here they are here, there's 4 of them, right? So let's just add those in. So we've got saloon, And then there's one or two words here that I'll struggle to spell if I'm not careful. But we've got saloon, we've got hatchback, we've got coupe, something like that. And then the one that I definitely cannot spell, cabriolet, as I like to call them, convertibles. Alright, so there's a bunch of, by the way, have I ever told you about Convertible Guy's Dilemma? Have you ever heard about Convertible Guy's Dilemma? It's a very interesting little concept that I discovered maybe about 12 years ago or something. I was doing a lot of work in the car leasing industry, and occasionally, not often, it did not happen much, but very occasionally they would, for one reason or another, I would end up getting a loan of these really, really hot cars, you know. And I'll show you the car that I had. It was a beautiful car. Mercedes, the one that I ended up having for a while, and I loved it, was this. This was the car I had, and it was a convertible one. So I was driving one of these, and I thought, that's the exact colour. That is the precise car that I was driving in 2006, you know. I thought I was the coolest thing ever, nicking about in this. But here's the problem. I remember at that time I was going through a stage in my life where I was like, oh, my self-esteem was so low. I had sand kicked in my face everywhere. Nobody wanted to know me. And I remember thinking, oh, I'm going to be the coolest guy ever now. Now that I've got this, right? I'm going to have people throwing themselves at me. I'm going to have to get a bodyguard to fight off all of the women. It's going to be great, you know? And what I discovered was Convertible Guy's Dilemma. Because I headed off to the club, just like those rappers, headed off to the club, and I was like, oh, wait till they get a load of me, yay, and I'm in the club, and I get my hot car outside, and I'm like, oh, I'm the coolest guy ever, we've all heard about this stuff, right, yay, yay, and I'm looking at all of these people dancing about and everything, and I found myself standing there, and suddenly it occurred to me, nobody gives a fuck. And not only that, but the damn car was outside, in fact, round the block. So what do? Do you go around with a t-shirt saying, hey, I've got a moderately nice car? What do you do? I might as well have came over on an old bicycle. You see what I'm saying? So the moral of the story is, any claims that having nice cars makes you more attractive or anything or more popular, I can confirm it's absolute bullshit. I had no luck at all. None. So now you know about Convertible Guy's Dilemma. Now, there is a way around it. You can do one of the Andrew Tate things and make YouTube videos and say, hey, look at me, and start doing that. But let's face it, anybody who does that has got even worse self-esteem issues than me, you know. Anyway, shall we continue with the madness? Oh, yes, we shall. Now, what did we actually do? We created, if you recall, our little body styles table here, okay? And if we go back to the playground again, and we say get quotes, when we have a wee look at our stuff, you'll see that we've got a style ID of 1. By the sheerest of coincidences, just so happens we've now got a style ID of 1. So what we're going to do then is we're going to get these things here. Now this is a good time to bring our query builder up again. And we might be able to do this with 1 or maybe 2 queries. So let's just take the makes let's take the ranges. We'll join like this. Okay, now we're going to get a make title, and we're going to get a range title. There we go. And I think that'll do us for this one. So let's get that SQL. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say SQL equals, we'll paste that in. Let's have a little smug indentation for the nation. There it is right there. So we're going to select all of that stuff. Where? Now where what? I hear you say. Well, it's going to be where manf ID equals, now we'll do a little colon, manf ID, right? And then we're going to say, and we've got range ID. So that's, yep. Now actually I'm going to have to say lc ranges dot range ID. I just need to clarify this. That should also say lc makes dot manf ID is that, and lc ranges range ID equals, and again we're just going to say colon range ID. There you go, right? So select blah 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 where blah 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 blah, and because we're using these colons, that's your clue. That means that we are going to be using query binding. So query binding depends on you using some parameters here. We're going to say params manufacturer's ID is data manf ID, and then we're going to do the same here. So we're going to say range ID. Now by the way, strictly speaking, we don't need to do query binding here. In the strictest of terms, because of the fact that we've made this an integer, we have made SQL injection impossible. It's literally impossible to hack this, ladies and gentlemen. It's impossible. The greatest hacker in the world could not hack this. But I'll do query binding anyway, just because I'm on YouTube and it's probably a good idea to show best practices. So there's our parameters, there's our query. Now that query is going to produce some rows. So we say this model query bind. We pass in the SQL, we pass in the params, and don't you love an object? This here means that we're going to have a bunch of rows, but each record should be represented as an object. Now if we JSON rows, watch what happens now. We're going to hit get quotes. Oh, Jiminy. Well, I tell you what. Manf ID. Do you know what? I think I did the wrong columns. I think we need to say manf ID. Alright, let's just change that to ID. Forgive me, wrong columns, I got all mixed up. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. I think it was an honest mistake. Now if this does not work, you might just hear me cry like a baby. There we go. That's what we're talking about, okay? Perfect. So, there you go. Now, let's just say if not is set rows 0. That means there were no results, right? So if there's no results, we're going to say response code is, and we want to say that this is not found. Did you know that if you go to the Trongate framework documentation, do a little search for HTTP response, there you will find a fabulous page with all of the response codes. I wrote this myself, don't you know? So we're going to find a response that's appropriate here. So something to do with maybe not found or something like that. So if we say, let's see, we are looking, unauthorized, bad request, multiple choices, no content. See that one, 204? Could that be right? I don't even know. I really don't even know. But I'll try no content, okay? So let's just do that. So that was a 204. I'm not sure if that's what 204 is for, but it looks okay to me, right? And I'll just say echo no records found, and then we'll do a little die statement. Okay, so if we've not got the thing, that's what's going to happen. To test this, I'll add in a few numbers here, and we'll give it a little spin. So here we go, and funny that. Let me just check here. Quotes, boss, in it. Get quotes. Well, whatever's happening, I'm calling it a trip to the Twilight Zone. So give me just a wee minute. I'm gonna console.log. Let's put in http.status. It should give us that number. So here we go. So you can see that it says 204. Now, you can also see that the response body is it going to do this? Well, can you believe it? I must have done something wrong here. Okay, here we go. How weird is that? How weird is that? Let me just try this again. So the response body is rock. That's really strange. I don't entirely know why it's no giving me my response, but it doesn't matter. I don't even care, actually. It really doesn't matter. In fact, you know what? Who cares? The response code itself is enough, you know? So we're saying if not is set, then that's what we do. Otherwise, we do the thing, you know? So that's cool, right? Now, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to get the body style, you know? So, pardon me. So what we're looking for here then, if we head to the table, you'll see that we've got a make string, a range string. So we're going to try and get the style string, okay? I'll just say style string is this, and I'll just say fetch style string. Now, what has occurred to me? We've actually got a body styles module, so I'm going to load up that, and then we're going to pass in this here. Okay, so let's now have it so that body styles handles all of that stuff. And isn't that a nice little separation of concerns? Yes, it is. So this is taking an ID, and we're going to say record object is this model get where we're going to get for that ID on the table body styles. Now, if the record object is false, we're going to return false, okay? But if that's not the case, then we're going to say, now have a look at the body styles table here. Here it is here, and you'll see that we've got a thing called body style. So I'm going to just say body style is rows 0 loading up body style. Now that's going to give us something like saloon or something like that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just say body style is, and we'll I mean, I could do this all in one line actually. String to lower. We'll make it lowercase, right? And we'll just return the body style. To be more accurate, we'll call it the body style string. Let's just call it that. Okay, so shall we dance? Yes, we shall. We're going to go back to our quotes boss thing, and we've got the body style string here, and I'm going to just echo that. Okay, so body style string, little die statement. We'll head back over here, check it out. Oh, quotes boss fetch style string, of course. We go to body styles, there you go. So here we go again. Undefined variable rows. Ah, that was today's deliberate mistake of the day. Well, of course, it's not rows, it's record object. There you go. Okay, and there it is. So you can see that it says body style is saloon, and just look at how fast it is, you know. This framework is a frigging bullet. Why would you use anything else? Alright, so we've now got our different bits and pieces here, okay? Let's now bring this to life. The make string is going to be rows 0, loading up. Now, have a look at our query. It's returning a make title, okay? So we've got make title, there you go. Now we'll format it in a wee minute, right? We will format this in a wee minute. But we've also got a range title. There you go. And let's take the vehicle string here. So I'm going to say that we'll do it right here. Let's say that the vehicle string is going to be data make string. We're going to join on data range string, and we're going to join on the body style string. Okay, so that's our vehicle string. Here it is here. Now I've just realised that I think, you know what? I think I'm going to make a wee change. I think I'm going to change this, and I'm going to make it just say make title. Why not? Why not? I think we should. Let's just do that instead of this string bullshit, okay? Okay. There you go. So we'll do that, right? So we've got make title, range title, vehicle title on this body style thing. Let me think here. No, I think we're good. The only thing I'm going to do is I'll take out this string to lower here. Okay, that's good, right? That's pretty darn good. I think that's good. So now let me just quickly rename the database tables to reflect this. And once again, this is not a tutorial. I don't expect to get things right first time. So let's just look at our live searches table. And we're going to just change a couple of these, right? So make string is going to become make title. That will be quite useful. Range string is going to become range title. And vehicle string is going to become vehicle title. I don't even know if we'll need that, to be honest. But there we go, right? So, we've got two records. Let's now hit get quotes. Okay, now we've got a little error on line 43. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's just this here. So we change these to say make title. There we go. So let's try that again. Undefined make title on line 43. Okay, so that would be now hold on a minute. Hold on a second. It has an error here. So of course, this here, this little beauty here should go here. Alright. There you go. Now let's have a look at our table. And look at the fabulous table. We've got all of our stuff now being added. BMW. Now, you can see it says make title. I'll show you. It says make titles BMW. We've got 3 series saloon and all of that stuff. Isn't that fantastic? So that's all the information we need to really start bringing this thing to life. Now I've just had an idea for another button which I'm going to add. And the other button that I'm going to just add is clear table. Okay. So let's just say clear table. Alright. And we'll go like this. Clear table. Now clear table is going to send a get request. So we're going to just say const http equals new XML HTTP requests. We're going to say http dot open. By the way, do you want to know how I remember this? Would you like to know? Well, anyway, I'll write it and then I'll tell you how I remember it, okay? So this is going to be a get request and it's going to go to a target URL. I'm going to say const target URL is base URL and it's going to be playground clear table. So we'll build that in just a wee second. Then I'm going to say http set request header content type application JSON. Then I'm going to say http dot send and that's it. Okay, so now I'm going to build a little thing here for clear table. And I'm just going to say SQL is truncate and we'll chuck in the name of the table here. So the table is called live searches. So we simply do our query, then we call upon the model, chuck in the query, and there you go. So if I now go like this and I hit, you can see that we've got some stuff in the table here. If I now hit clear table, it says done, and if we go here, the table has been cleared. I suppose I could probably do an alert just to be super smug. Okay, and this is all just stuff so that I can build this, you know. So there you go, and there you go. Okay, so now if we look at our table, everything looks beautiful. Do you agree that everything looks kind of beautiful? Me too. Well, I'm feeling quite pleased with myself. How long have I been on? An hour and a half? I'm going to pause for a moment to reflect upon the glory of this incredible framework. Anybody get any questions, comments, suggestions? Anybody got anything interesting to say? This is your chance. I'm just going to take a little time out to find out, is this a good day or a bad day? We were on 689. Is it a good day or a bad day? We're still on 689. It's a bad day. But that's okay. We'll get there in the end. I wonder if Twitter have got back. I'd sent an application to have my... Would you like to see the social authentication thing? Here it is here. I'll show you. It's... I should probably be a little bit cautious here. It's... This is the URL. Wait till you see this. You're going to love it. So this is what I'm building. In fact, you might be able to help me with this, and I'll tell you why in just a second. Oh, hang on. It's, oh geez, what's it called? It's called Social Auth. That's it. I'm sure there's about 1 billion other libraries with that name. But let me show you it, because it's a really nice looking wee thing that I've been doing. With a bit of help from Simon and Derek. But here it is. Now, isn't that a beautiful thing? Isn't it beautiful? So this is how you're going to be able to log into the Tongate site soon. And I'm quite excited about it, you know. So that's what's coming up. I have to say though, this is just an empty page. If you go to it right now, and you can, click on anything you want and it just won't work. These buttons are doing nothing. So it's just a nice looking wee page, you know. But I do think it looks good. And thank you, Mario. Thank you so much. I do think it looks good. There's something that you could help me with. That's right. You listening. You could help me with this. And let me tell you what it is, okay? I'm perfectly upfront about how Tongate makes money. And the short answer is it doesn't make money. But eventually, it's right here in the Q&A. I want to get this app store happening. I really, really want to get this app store happening. And the app store does not happen until we have one paid module. There has to be a paid module here. One. And let's face it, I am the guy to build the first paid module. Now, I've got a couple of ideas for paid modules. I've even started on a couple of them. I was on the Code Canyon site recently. Do you know the Code Canyon site? I was on this and I could see that people were selling these social login scripts. Here they are. You can tell from the color of the link that I've been checking it out. So there was people selling similar ones like this one here. And they're selling them at $20 a pop. I actually bought one of... I never bought one. Correction. Somebody bought one and they gave me a copy. I think it... I can't remember what one it was. Doesn't matter. But somebody gave me a copy of one of them and it was utter garbage. So I came to the conclusion, I mean, there's somebody selling one for $54, right? So I figured, and there's one for Laravel, $25. So what I was thinking is, maybe that could be a good first paid module for the module market. You know, we could charge $10 or something like that, do a wee special, and get this damn thing working. And I was making the first paid module. I started on another module, but it's too complicated and it won't sell. So here's my question. Actually, here is the question. The question is this, and I need your help. The question is it possible to get something like this with any other PHP framework for free? Now, I don't mean that if you go to some open source thing and read docs for 3 days and write code and all of that shit, you get it for free. Of course you do. What I mean is, in fact, let me be very clear. Does Laravel give you this? I want to know if Laravel gives you this. I'm not sure if it does. I need to know. Now, don't get me wrong. I know that there's plenty of people. I mean, here's one right in front of us. Somebody's built a thing called Lara Social, right? 3 cheers for that person. But they're charging for it. And good on them. So I need to know if there's a free version of this. If there's a free version, then it means that we have to make this free. unfortunately. Now, don't worry, you're all my friends, and I'll happily give you folks... Well, I don't know if I can, actually, because it's... I have obligations to give all of the money to Speed Coding Academy people and stuff like that. Anyway, whatever, we can do a cheap promo to get out the starting blocks. But the question is it available for free with Laravel specifically? Here's another Laravel one. If I can get this for free, then unfortunately, this is not the one. That is the question of all questions. Could you make the social login module? I would pay for it. Well, there you go. There you go. Well, that's what I'm saying, Claudia. That's exactly what I'm saying. And the question, though, is I cannot charge for something if it's available for free. Do you know what I mean? That's the standard. So we don't want to charge if you can already get it for free. I hope that makes sense, and I hope I've laboured that point enough. So let me know what you think. If anybody knows, please do let me know. Okay. Alright, kids, so let's continue with this exciting process. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to build a waiting page. Now this is exactly the same as what I showed you previously. You know, the one where we had the little footprints and whatnot. I'll show you it again on the home page, just so you can see how it works, right? It's a really cool wee page. So it goes like this. You search, you select the stuff, right? And then you do that. And then you do that. And then you do that. So what happens is they land on this page and they're waiting for a result to come in. That's what we're going to build next, okay? Okay? So that is indeed what we're going to build next. Now, I don't want to interfere with any of the stuff that I've built, so I'm going to make a new module called searching. It's actually just a page where they wait while stuff happens. So let's build that right now. We can probably clear the decks here. Alright, so let's have a little module here. I'll call it searching, right? But we know that it's basically just waiting. It's waiting for stuff to happen. Now this is going to have controllers, it's going to have views. Inside controllers we're going to have a new file called searching.php, and we're going to do our standard opening, which is class searching extends trongate. Now we're going to searching. I'm going to have a thing that says something like run, something like that. Now what run is going to do is it's going to read a token from the URL. So let's say this search token, so I'm going to say search token equals segment 3, and then I'm going to say search token length equals string length of search token. Now, if Forgive me, folks, I'm trying to heat my hands up, but they're so cold. Damn, it is so cold in here. 7 degrees outside, right? Okay. So let's just say if the search token length does not equal 16, then we're just gonna say echo get lost, something like that, right? I mean, we'll figure it out later on, okay? But if that's not the case, then what? Well, we can, let's just edit. We'll copy a real search thing here. So we're going to go to searching, run, chuck in the token. There is the token, right? So what we're going to do next, we can probably just say this, make sure token valid, and we can pass in the search token. Something like that. Now, if you want, we can actually be super cool. You know what's just occurred to me? We could have this on TronGate security. Okay, so we're going to say search token, and then we're going to say reject URL is null. So the idea with this is that we can optionally add in a reject URL if we want. So we'll take our code that we had before, maybe this, and we'll go like that, and so the idea is that I'm gonna say okay, if is set reject URL, then we're gonna say redirect to the reject URL. Okay. Otherwise, you know what? Forgive me. Okay, let's try something else. Let's say valid token is false. This is a nice way of coding actually. We'll assume failure, right? So let's just change how this works, right? And let's just say that the search token is going to be read here, and the search token is the string length of the search token. We could even, by the way, say it's the string length of trim search token or something like that, but well, actually let's do that. Let's just say search token is trim search token. Doesn't do any harm, right? So now we're going to say that if the length is 16, attempt to fetch from the DB. So what we'll do is we'll say record object is this model, and I'm gonna say get one where search token is search token, and we're gonna get it from live searches. Has anybody ever heard of the Yi2 framework, by the way? Anybody ever heard of the Yi2 framework? I'm sure you have. Anyway, the Yi2 framework is an excellent framework. It's really, really good. Very fast, and it's just brilliant. Unfortunately, it's tethered to Bootstrap, and it's an old version of Bootstrap, which makes it kind of out of date. And it's also got crappy documentation. And I'm not going to say anything bad about the community. I don't make those types of statements. But I can tell you that I hung around that forum for 3 days looking for help on how to upload an image. I offered cash and everything, and nobody would help. So that's Yi2. But one of the things about the Yi2 framework, when you look at the code, and I have looked at the code, is it does a lot of really cool stuff. Like, one of the things that you see with Yi2 is when they have a function like make sure token's valid, not only will it make sure the token's valid, but it will return the record object like that. So that's a very Yi2 thing to do. So the idea is you have these double-barreled functions. So it's like, well, if I'm checking the token's valid, might as well return the record. And the end result is you end up with these really fast applications, you know? So that's what that is, right? Now, the next thing that we're going to do is, I think that we'll just make the reject URL a compulsory field. So let's just say then that if the record object is equivalent to false, then what do? We redirect to the reject URL like that. Otherwise we return the record object. Now we should not get as far as this, but if we do, we'll redirect, pardon me, that's the reject URL. Like that. That's pretty cool, right? We can take that out. Alright, there we go. So, yeah, Mario's using WordPress. He says that decisions are forced upon me by the employer boss. Well, don't knock it. WordPress is incredibly popular, you know. And I feel sorry for WordPress because I used WordPress a few times. The last time was 2012, and I thought that the code was crap. It was a rat's nest and it was slow. But you know what? How many times have they improved it since then? And how unfair of guys like me to judge it based on stuff that I saw 10 years ago, you know? So best of luck to WordPress. I hope they do well, you know? I don't know anything about it. Okay, so here we go. We've got our search token. We've got our search token length, and we've done all of that. And that should be it. This is going to make sure that the token is valid. It's a nice wee method, right? So let's now that we've done that, we're going to say this module, Trongate security. We're going to say this, Trongate security, make sure that the token is valid. Now, what's the reject URL? We're going to maybe have a URL called expired or something like that, you know? Something like that. Alright? So if we chuck in maybe the base URL just to be proper, there's the vibe, right? There's the vibe. So if we refresh, everything is cool. Now I'm going to put in a duff token. Watch how it redirects me. See? And it's taken me to a thing called expired. Actually, I think I've already got a page called ouch. Let's just chuck that in. So here we go again. We're going to put in the duff URL. Ouch. I've had a few technical challenges with your search. Apologies for that. Fancy another try. Well, that's not really accurate. Let's just do... maybe I will do expired. Alright, let's just quickly do this, right? So we're going to have one called expired. I'll just say controllers. I'll just say views. Go like this. Simon's looking at this saying, man, if only you used the VS Code extension. And he's absolutely right. Alright. Okay, so here we go. We're going to go back, put in a duff thing, and there we go. So we're going to have a view file here called expired.php. Expired will bear a striking resemblance to this page here. Okay, so let's okay, so what this is doing is it's removing the local storage values. So we get something like that. I'll say oops. The page that you have attempted to visit cannot be found. The page that you've attempted to visit cannot be found. Perhaps it has expired. Alright, there you go. That'll do us, right? Now you can see we've got a wee thing here that says try again. And that try again is basically just a button that takes us back to the home page, and I like it, you know. I think that works really great. So there you go. If we do that, everything's beautiful. Now let's go back to our playground here. Okay, so what we're doing then is we're getting the response. We're initializing this search, right? We get our response, and what do we do with it? What do we do with it? Oh people, can you hear me? That's right, the answer is we do a redirect. We say window.location.href equals, and I'm going to use PHP to describe the URL. It's searching run, and then we're going to join on the HTTP response text, because the response text is the token. Let me just give you a reminder of that. So we did all of that bullshit, and then we echo out the token. Do you see that? So that's how it works. So let's now clear the table. Let's start again. I'll do a wee thing on start again just for some reassurance here. I'll just say alert. Local storage has been cleared. Okay, so here we go. Clear the table. Starting all over. And now we're going to get the quotes. There you go. So that's taking us to that searching page, right? Beautiful. These pauses are me leaning over the heater, trying to heat my hands but without burning them, and it's not easy. Alright, here we go then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. So we've now attempted to make sure that the token's valid. If they put in a duff ID, it takes us here. Pretty cool, right? But now we're going to build the actual searching page. So I'm going to just say data, view file, equals, and this is one of the rare situations where I am going to steal a page. I'm going to steal it. Okay. Give me just a little second, won't you? Alright. So, we're gonna say that the view file is searching. That's the name of it, right? And we're gonna load up the cool Mobi template. Here it comes. And then where we've got it saying searching, we're gonna say new file, cool mobi.php. There you go. And we're gonna paste in, and then we'll have a little refresh. Now hold on a second, hold on a second. Oh, do you know what? Why did I call it Cool Mobi? It's called searching. That's what it's called. And there it is right there. Okay. Now, this is where we're going to bring this page to life, because this page could potentially be there for a minute or half a minute or something. We don't know. So let's do some nice wee animations and stuff and keep them entertained, okay? So when they arrive, okay, here we go. So the idea is we're going to give them some feedback here, telling them what's happening, and then we are going to give them a wee animation as well. Alright, so let's think about this for a moment. I'm going to add in a little animation. And what we're going to do here. Give me just a minute, won't you? Right, that's cool. Okay, this is good. So what this, I'll show you what it, I'll add it and then I'll tell you how it works, right? So keep an eye on the screen, and you can see that we've got wee nice little footprints here. Isn't that cool? So these are just wee footprints, you know, and it's just to keep people entertained. I am going to do a wee bit of work on these though and make them look slightly better. Give me just a second here. Okay, so I've got a wee bit of CSS that I'm going to just chuck in like that. Okay, and I'm going to refresh. Now watch the screen. So there's our wee footprints, and you'll see them walking all over the page here, and it looks as if they're going randomly. Well, it should. Well, there you go. It's kind of random, right? Kind of. Okay, so that's our little thing. So we're trying to do anything we can to chill them out so that they can wait, because they're gonna have to wait, right? Now, I'll show you how this works. If I bring in this background color, have a look. Now if I just run this, it'll all make sense. So as you can see, what we've got is just a div with the same animation, And all I'm doing is I'm using CSS to rotate the div that contains the little animation. So that's all it is. And now you know. Now you know the secret. So the idea is that anybody who watched this would think that there was something intelligent going on, but there's not really. It's just the same old animation and it's being rotated. Isn't that really cool? I think it's pretty darn cool, you know. So here's the code for that. It's set interval, and took me a while to get the time right, but every 5380 milliseconds or whatever, it basically does a style transform and it rotates the div. So now you know how that works. And obviously you can come up with your own animations, you don't have to copy me, but the key vibe is keep them entertained. You know what I mean? Keep them entertained so that they're not just waiting on a timer or something boring. Let them know that stuff is happening. Your goal is to keep them on this page for as long as possible, right? That's it. Now, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to introduce a time limit onto this page, right? It's going to be like the maximum amount of time that we are willing to keep them here. So we can do something like the following. Let's just say public, I'll call it waiting time limit. Now, when I do an actual live site, I'll probably make it half a minute, but for the purposes of this, let's just say 3 seconds, right? So I'm going to say data waiting time limit equals, now let's take an integer of this waiting time limit multiplied by 1000. If we echo data waiting time limit, it should say 3000, and it does. So we are now passing in the number of milliseconds that we are willing to keep them waiting. If it takes any longer than that, then we're out of luck, you know. And in fact, let's just add in a little finish URL. The finish URL is going to be base URL. It's going to be base URL. Ouch. Okay, that's your vibe right there. So let's now go into the page and we're going to say const. No, it's not a const, it's a let, because it might change. So let, in fact I'm going to, yeah, let's fine. Let finish URL equals, we'll go into PHP and we'll go like that, right? So we've now got this finish URL clarified. What next? Well, we're going to say let num seconds passed. The number of seconds passed is 0. So when you land on the page, no amount of seconds have passed. So how do we count the seconds? There's probably a million ways of doing it, but the way that I like to do this is to use set interval. It's exactly the same syntax as set timeout. If you can remember set timeout, which is the most powerful feature of JavaScript, then just change the timeout to interval and it works, you know. So what we do is we take the number of seconds passed and we're going to increment it like that, and then of course, we've got our constant variable. Now the variable that we passed in, you'll remember, is waiting time limit. Do you remember all of that stuff? So that's waiting time limit equals, we're going to go into PHP and go like that. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Oh, hallelujah. Alright, now right here we're going to have a little if statement. If the number of seconds passed is greater than or equal to wait, why did I call it wait? Waiting time limit, then we're gonna redirect. So window dot location dot href equals, and we're gonna send them to the finish URL. Now I've just realized something. I didn't need to multiply that by 1,000. That was a stupid thing. I didn't even need to do the integer thing, strictly speaking. So here we go. We're going to go back here. Now it's going to wait 3 seconds, right? And then of course there is a chance of JavaScript errors, you know. So where did that go wrong? Let's take this out. Not there. Let's take this out. Now that does work. So that tells me that there's an error with the top section. So let's take the top section out. Okay, that's good. So, I wonder what the problem is. Let me look at the source code. Oh, look at this, waiting time limit. It's a typo. There you go. There you go. And there it is. So it's going to wait 3 seconds. And then you can see that it diverts them to this ouch page. Now on the ouch page, I've got this stupid thing here which I don't need. So this is now, it's going to be just perfect, because what's going to happen now is when we go to the quote page and we wait, it's going to wait a certain amount of time, and if something goes wrong it's going to take them here. Now hopefully that will never happen. That should never happen at all, actually. Should never ever happen. But that's what we're hoping for. Now for the moment I'm going to go to public themes. I'm going to go to Cool Mobi, head into this purple thing, and right along the top here, just for the moment, I'm going to add in a link for this playground thing, because I'm tired of typing. So if I click here, now we can really start to get moving with this. There you go. So there it is, we're waiting. It's going to wait 3 seconds and then it diverts. Isn't that beautiful? I do believe it is. Alright, that's excellent. Okay. Now, what I'm about to do next is a wee bit boring, but it has to be done. Unfortunately, I have to do a realistic check here where I put in the real numbers just to make sure it's behaving. Okay, I know it's a bit boring, but I'm willing to wait 30 seconds. So let's do that, and we're going to get quotes. So it should wait 30 seconds now, right? I don't have a stopwatch or anything, but we'll know, right? So it's doing its thing. There you go. And we'll just wait, make sure it's okay. Like I say, when you're doing pages like this, just keep them informed. Let them know that the page has not crashed, and we'll be doing that in a minute. So there you go. We've had a few challenges. Apologies for that. Fancy another try. Perfect, right? Isn't that fantastic? And it's so nice to do this type of web development where you build and deal with all of the errors before you even build the main thing, you know. Okay, so are we feeling good? I hope so. So now it's time to really get this happening. So let's figure this out. I don't know what the heck I'm gonna do, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. So let's go to searching, views, and we're on this page here, right? So this is our page. It draws a wee animation, you know, all this stuff, right? We've got a wee set timeout. Perfect. So what are we going to do then? Well, I think we should do the following. And I'm just thinking on my feet here, right? I think that we should keep the customer updated and let them know how many deals we have found. I really think that that's the best way to go, right? And another thing that we can do, which is a bit crude actually, this is not graceful programming, but what we can do is, you see how we've got this interval here? Maybe every, let's say, now let me think here, maybe every 3 seconds or every 5 seconds we'll give them a little update about how the search is going. So let's do that, right? So do you see how we've got this waiting time limit? Let's just say public update or search update time limit, right? So every, let's say 5 seconds, we're going to give them an update on how the search is going. So they'll never have more than 5 seconds where they're just looking at the screen and nothing's happening, right? So I'm going to say that data search update time limit is this search update time limit. So let's go back in here and we're going to say right around here, search update time limit is search update time limit. There you go. Okay, now we know that the search, I'm just going to alert it. Let's just alert it, make sure we're good. So here we go. You can see it says 5, right? So what we're going to do then is we're going to get a little counter at 0. And as we go through this, the counter is going to increment by 1. And then we're going to say if the counter is equivalent to search update time limit, if that happens, then the counter is going to go back to 0 and then give customer an update. That's how it's going to work, right? And just for clarity, let's just chuck in a little console.log on the counter so we can see this thing actually doing its thing, right? So we'll inspect, go to the console, we're going to try again, and here we go. Okay, so keep an eye on this. You can see it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, give the customer an update. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, give the customer an update. And on we go. And then eventually it's going to just redirect to that page, because we're not going to keep them here forever. So watch how it redirects them to the finish page. And here it comes. And there it is. Perfect, right? Perfect. So that's nice. And now let's give the customer an update, okay? So let's just say fetch, search, update. There you go. It's fetch, search, update. Now in order to fetch a search update, I'm going to take the search token. And the search token is, of course, the search token that we've picked up from the URL. There you go. We're going to go in here and we're going to say const search token is, we'll use PHP, and we'll chuck in that all important search token. So now we're going to build a little method or a function that is going to be called fetch search update. Okay, so how does that one go? Folks, I need to put the heating on. Would you give me a minute? My hands are so cold. I'm going to get injured if I keep typing. Give me just a wee minute, will you? I'll be right back. kids. Well, apologies for the delay. Like I say, I'm trying to just heat my hands up. I've put a kettle on and I have, I'm doing whatever I can to just try and keep my hands warm. It's a real drag sometimes when it's cold, because if you get cold hands and you try and type through it, you can get injured, It's happened to me tons of times. So I'm basically just trying my best to keep myself heated up. I have a kettle on. Maybe if I get a coffee or something it will help, I don't know. So I'm just waiting on that. I hope everybody's okay. If you're watching and just joining, we are building a wee comparison site here, and I don't expect to finish it in one session or anything, but I'm just mapping out the general thing and to give you an idea of how it goes. So far we've just got a thing that fetches quotes, so it's going to look something like this eventually. It's going to be a case of you do something like that. Now I'll give you a confession, it's not even reading the data, there's nothing intelligent happening here, but it's going to go something like this. Then we give them a search page, and then we're going to give them some results, and it's going to go like this. So that's what we're building, okay? And you can see it says PG on the top right hand side. That just means playground. I'll take that out later on. So that's just my own little thing for testing. And what we've got here so far is this. So this is the page that we're on, okay? And you can see that it says starting search here. So what we're going to do with that is we're going to give them updates about how many deals have been found. You can see we've got a wee animation, and the goal is to just give them whatever we can to keep them on the page, okay? Because they're just going to have to wait, and that's what we're doing. Now you'll see this redirecting in just a minute. There you go. So we've added in a time limit because we don't want to keep them waiting forever, right? And that is basically how this is going to work. So as soon as I've poured myself a coffee, hopefully my hands will heat up, and then we can do the next part, alright? Alright folks, well I have my coffee in hand, and hopefully this will heat me up in a wee second. Like I say, I'm just trying to keep myself... You can see the temperature, by the way, bottom left hand side of my screen. It's 7 degrees here in sunny Scotland, which is kind of normal for this time of year. But I tell you man, when that cold hits your hands, you have to watch. So just give me 10 seconds. Alright, okay, I think I'm ready. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to be focusing on then is giving the people updates about how the search is going. Now I'll add in some numbers here because I don't want to redirect them, right? And I'm going to add in 2 fields to the database table here. So I'm going to, actually one field will be fine. So we'll go to this live searches table and we'll just say let's add in a thing. We'll call it, making this up as I go along. Let's have search status. Now search status is going to be a text field with a default value defined as an empty string. So there we go, right? So we've got a thing called search status. Now when we go to the, what on earth is it called? Quotes boss, right? This is our manager. Well, we'll add in data search status equals, and let's just say this build search status string. There you go. So we're going to build a little thing here by the name of build search status string. Okay, and I'm going to build a wee thing so I can test this. So if I head over to quotes boss test, you can see that we are now calling a thing called build search status string. Now here's what that's going to do. It's going to get a list of providers. Like that, right? So there are the providers. There they are. And oh gee man, my hands are so damn cold. Forgive me folks. Oh geez man, it's unreal. Anyway, we've got that right. Now let's do something kind of cool. We're going to say for each rows as key, okay, so as key is assigned to value. Let's just say rows key, and we're going to say num found. That was an incredible autocomplete. How did it know that? How did it figure that out? That's excellent. Anyway, there you go. Holy cow, that was incredible. Did you see that? That was the greatest autocomplete in the history of text editors. Alright. Anyway, you can see that we've now got this thing here going on, you know. Now, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So, what we can then do is we can say search status string is JSON encode rows, and then we just return the search status string. So we can say search status string is that, and of course if we echo it out, all of that data is now kind of compressed here. I am going to unset, having said that, I'm going to unset rows key provider base URL. I don't see any use for that at all. So there you go, and it makes it just a wee bit nicer, you know. So if we JSON rows are a bit more compact, we've now got this, right? So we've got some IDs, we can unset the notes as well, we don't need that. Here we go. Okay, so we've got an ID, a provider name, provider code, blah 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 blah. I don't think we'll even need any of this stuff, but I'll keep it just in case. Doesn't do any harm, right? It does no harm at all. So now we have a nice little search string. And so now where you can see we've got this search status build search string, that, my friend, is going to go into the database table. You know how this works, right? You've figured it out. I know that you're 10 steps ahead of me. So here we go. We're now going to go like that. We're going to say get quotes. Okay, it takes us here. And the cool thing about it is if we browse live searches, have a look at the search status and you'll see that all of that information is right here. Now, what's really cool about that is that we can use that thing to give the user a little report on how everything is going. Let me show you what I mean, right? If you take a look at the searching page, we're going to have a thing called fetch search update. So let's go to the quotes boss, right? And we're going to say function fetch search update. So the idea with this is we're going to give the user a little update telling them what's happening with the search. Now let me just show you something that's kind of interesting. If we echo time, okay, and we go to quotes boss fetch search update, you can see that it gives us a timestamp. And the reason why that's interesting is because we can now say search update URL is base URL what's it called? Quotes boss fetch search update. Now we can chuck in that token here. There you go, right? So now we're going to do an HTTP request. Const HTTP is new that. Okay, let's see if we can do this. So HTTP dot open. This is going to be a GET request to the search update URL. We're going to say HTTP dot set request header content type application JSON. Then we're going to say HTTP send, and then we're going to say HTTP onload equals, and let's just console.log the response. So here we go. We're going to go back to our little thing like this. I'll bring up the inspector here. Now check this out. Okay, here we go. So watch down the bottom left hand side. You see how it's given us a timestamp? Now obviously that timestamp's going to update, right? So oh gee, pardon me. Now this here has an ID of search status, this paragraph. You know what I'm going to do next? That's right. We're going to say const search status element is document get element by ID, and there's the name of it. We actually don't need to do that, funnily enough, because we've used an underscore instead of a hyphen, but I'm doing some defensive programming, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take the search status thing, and then when we fetch the search update, we're going to just say if HTTP status is 200, then we're going to say search status element in our HTML is HTTP response text. Okay, so now, and I'll just quickly change this to 2 seconds. Keep an eye on the bit that says starting your search, and you see how we've got a timestamp and another timestamp, and there you go, right? So we're getting little updates right there. Don't it make you feel good? Oh, don't it make you feel good? So now we are gonna go to, let's have a think here. Right, here's a little quote request. So we're going to go to quotes boss, fetch search update, and we're going to chuck in that token. Okay, so now over on quotes boss, what are we doing? Well, let's just say token or search token. Oh jeez, this is my hands, it's so cold here. Alright, so we're gonna say, I'm blown into my hands, forgive me, these strange unsavoury sounds. It's just so damn cold in here. Alright, so we're gonna say record object is this model get where, actually get one where, and we're going to get one where the search token is the search token. Where are we going to get it from? Live searches. Alright, now if the record object is false, that means that something has gone wrong. And if that happens, we're going to send an error message here. I'll call it 406 not acceptable, right? So HTTP response code 406, and just do a dice statement, who cares, right? But if everything is okay, what then, I hear you say? Well, let's check it out by going straight to the page. Here's our record object. Now, I'm going to say that the search status string is the record object loading up the search status string. Then I'm going to say search status object is JSON decode search status string. That's right, how you like me now? So if we do a little var dump on the search status object, it should say object. Okay, that's just called search status. There you go, right? It's actually an array of objects, so I got that one wrong. So search status data, let's call it, right? So this is an array of objects. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to say num found deals is 0. Then we're going to say for each search status data as row. Well, let me just try something here. I'm going to just do that. Now, we know that that's not accurate, but just stay with me here, right? We'll do a little HTTP 200 code just to let them know that everything's okay. Then we're going to echo the num found deals. So it says 3, right? So what that means is, if we now go to our home page and we'll start all over again, we're going to get the quotes. Now keep an eye on the bit that says starting your search. Do you see how it says 3? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And I'm glad I did that, because it's made me realise that I only really want to say if num found deals is greater than 0, then we're going to say message is found num found deals. So that's pretty much that. Let me do a wee else if. Num found deals is 1. something like that, right? So that's that. So then maybe here we can say messages. I'll do one of those ternary operators. So if is set message, then we'll use the message. Otherwise, we will okay, we'll just say something like looking for deals or something like that, or something like that. So then we'll chuck out the message itself. So now if we refresh this, you can see it says found 3 deals. Okay. Now if we just do something like the following, I'll just say num found deals is 1 just to show you. Starting your search, found 1 deals. Now that's wrong. It's if number is greater than 1. Glad I checked. Here we go. We found 1 deal so far. Okay, pretty good. But if the number of found deals is 0, so let's try that. Then what? Starting your search. So let's just say searching now. Okay. There you go. So we want to just give them updates. Do you know what I mean? So here's the thing. Starting your search. Found 3 deals. Okay. That's really, really cool. Okay. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get an accurate number for this thing. So if we JSON row true, what do we get? Here's your answer. Well, actually, I should just browse this. Okay, so here comes the answer. There's what we get. Now you can see that okay, we'll say num found deals, or how about provider total deals found. Now that's going to be an integer of row num found deals. There you go. So then we're simply going to say that the num found deals, that would be plus equals, that's our shortcut, and it's going to be provider total deals found. Okay, okay, good. So it's something like that. Now if this had a number, like say for example 5, you can see it says found 15 deals, and that makes sense because we've got 3 providers, right? So that was just our proof that that thing does in fact work, and all is well. So now that we've got that happening, we're going to run and get some quotes, and keep an eye on this here. It says searching now, hold on. Okay, so it hasn't found any deals, right? Okay, cool. Fair enough. Oh, it's so cold. Oh, Solar God is here. How on earth are you doing? Welcome, welcome. It's been a long time. How on earth are you? Very nice to see you. Very nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. It has indeed been a while, man. I hope you're doing all right. I hope everything's going okay. I imagine you're getting loads of exams and stuff at this time. He's as young as you get, you know. He may be our youngest viewer. Lucky little bastard. Only kidding. It's good to see you, Solar God, man. I hope life is well. So we're just faffing about with a little comparison site here. And I'm just mapping out the sort of like the general flow. If I was a real professional type of dude, I'd have possibly a real-time database handling this stuff. But this is what we've got so far, you know. And there you go. So now we're at a stage, I think, where we can start to think about plenty exams. That's cool. Well, I hope it goes well. What's your favourite subject? You know, when I was at uni and school, actually, at the end, I was really hopeless in terms of all of the subjects and learning and all of that. But when I was about 17 or 18 years old, I found a system for passing exams. It was a memorization system. So I was crap at learning, but really good at passing exams, you know. And I used to use all sorts of Jedi mind tricks and all memorization things and everything, and you name it. And so I used to really annoy the lecturers and all of that, because I'm not showing off. I'll give you the facts. I mean, I got a degree in English literature without reading a book. I used my student loan to buy a Les Paul guitar, you know. And I'm like, why should I waste my time? I'm not going to buy a book, man, you know. So instead of reading books, I used to do memorization techniques and kind of like bribe the people who were setting the questions and stuff like that. It was incredibly unsavory, but that was how I got through that. Engineering, right? That's cool. I actually did civil engineering at uni, and let me give you a tip. Yes, I have had lots of subjects. Let me give you a tip. Stay away from civil engineering. In fact, here's your list of stay away froms. Stay away from civil engineering. Stay away from electrical engineering or electronic engineering. Stay away from them, okay? The others might be okay. I don't know about them. But stay away from those two. Civil engineering, electric or electronic engineering, stay away. They are bullshit. And if you want, I can give you a whole speech about why they are bullshit. But stay away. I did a year of civil engineering at Glasgow Uni. And on the first day, oh people, do you hear me? On the very first day, they said, right class, we've brought a real civil engineer in here. He's going to tell you all about the job and everything. And gather round. Here he is. It's Joe McLaughlin, civil engineer. Yay! And we all looked as the civil engineer came in. The door opens. And after a slightly awkward pause, some guy comes hobbling in, man. Doubled over, you know, hunchback and everything. And the guy came in. He stands in front, he looks at everybody. It's one of those lecture rooms where you're looking down, you know, like a Roman gladiators arena. And I remember looking down at this guy, and he looked exhausted. And the dude takes out a handkerchief, blows his nose, and eventually he straightened himself up, and this was his speech. Pay attention, solar god. This is your future. He said, yeah, I'm a civil engineer. He says, I've been one for about 5 years now. It pays okay. You get a nice car. But believe me, when you do the amount of hours that I do, the last thing you want to do when you get home is take your family for a drive in the car. That was literally probably the first minute of my civil engineering degree. And the moment he said that, I shit you not, man, the moment he said that, in my mind, I thought, fuck you all, I am out of here. I am out of here. I knew it. And as I looked round, I could see other people saying the same thing. I was like, I've made a mistake. And I thought, I'm going to find a way. So I hung about for about, a week or two, figuring out how I could do this. Because when you go to uni, you get grants and funding and everything. You kind of only get one crack of the whip, And what I noticed is that there were a couple of other people who had struggled, and they kind of came to the same conclusions as me. They were not coping with the material and everything. And what I noticed is that they were being kicked to the curb. They were being chucked out as soon as they were, doing anything wrong. They were out. And I thought to myself, nobody's kicking me out. I'm going to change course. And I figured out that that's not so easy. So I had to think about it, and I thought, right, okay, civil engineering was a complete mistake. How the heck do I get out of here? I did all sorts of research. I went here, there, and everywhere. And the first thing I decided is, right, new rule. From now on, I'm not going to pick a course based on a career, but I'm going to pick something that I'm interested in. I don't give a rat's ass about the job prospect. I just want something that I'm interested in. And I thought, I'm not really interested in anything. And then I thought, okay, what would John Lennon do? Because I was into John Lennon at the time, for some reason. And I came to the conclusion that John Lennon would do a course in English literature. I thought, right, I'm going to do that. I probably won't get a job, but at least I'll get to learn about people like Shakespeare, right? That'll be cool. So I thought, I'm going to do that. And then I thought, what else would I be into? I mean, if I could just learn anything. And I realised that I quite liked philosophy. Again, no job prospects or anything. But I like philosophy. I sometimes I would even pick up a little philosophy book. If I, let me just see here. You can see, for example, you'll see why I'm hiding the screen in a second, but even if I do my wee search thing on here, the thing, and I do things like that, you can see I search for AJ Ayer, Language, Truth and Logic. I'm interested in philosophy, and I thought I'm going to do that. So I went to the arts faculty, knocked on the door, saw the head honcho, said, come in. And I says to the guy, I'm in civil engineering, but I want to come here. He says, you can't do that. And I says, well, I have to, because this course is killing me. I'm not interested, and it's horrible. And I'd been there for about a month, and it really was horrible. And the guy was saying it's impossible. And I says, it can't be. And eventually he said, okay. He said, you've got two problems. The first, he basically said, if you have chosen the wrong course, you need to quit university. Just give up and go get a job at fucking McDonald's. And this was before I knew about web development. And I said, that ain't going to happen. He said, well, in that case, you're going to have to finish the year of civil engineering, pass the exams, pass all of the exams, at least enough to keep, not all, correction, pass enough exams to keep you in the door. Then at the end of the year, you can come back and apply. I said, no problem. So I ended up, I had to stick that shitty civil engineering course for a year. And in civil engineering, there were certain subjects you got, like computing, like civil engineering, that was a course, like mathematics, for example, and a couple of other things. Geology, that was one of the courses. So I just decided, right, I'm going to take the subjects that I'm interested in and I'm going to just bomb all of the rest. So for my computing exam at uni, for example, I did do the exam. I turned up at the lectures and everything. But my final score was 0%. That's no joke. I scored 0. I also got 0 for maths. And I remember everybody looking at the board. You know, when the results come out, I went along the corridor and I could see a crowd of people looking at the board, laughing. And they were laughing at me. I shit you not. And I'm not playing the victim card. I'm not playing the victim card. But there was a crowd of people round the board laughing at me because I had got 0% for 2 of the subjects. 0 for maths and 0 for computing. And when I walked up, one of them says, "Oh, there he is." And they all kind of parted ways. And I look at the board and I've got 0 and 0. But I did manage to pass geology. And I think I just bungled through something else. And I just kept my foot in the door. Thank you, geology, you know. I managed to do that. So at the end of the year, I went back to the arts faculty guy. And I was like, hey, remember me? He said, yeah. I said, it was a really tough year. But I managed to pass just enough subjects to keep in the door. So here I am. And I'm happy to now defect to the arts faculty. And the guy said to me, you can't. I said, why not? I've just had the most hellish year ever. He says, you cannot transfer to the arts faculty because we're full up. And in any event, civil engineering is nothing to do with arts. So there's a big queue and you're way behind in the queue. And I said, well, what the hell do I have to do? He said, the only way that you can get in is if you do a subject or a department that's similar to the arts faculty, but not the arts faculty. He said, if you do that for a year, then you can do that and then come back and then we'll take you in. And I'm like, oh shit, you've got to be kidding, you know? So this is now 2 years. I said, right, so what do I need to take? He said, social sciences. And I thought, oh, fuck, man, I don't want to do that. He says, this is what you need to do. Okay, fine. So what subjects do I need? He says, here's the list of social science. He says, actually, it's not even this department. Head across the road, talk to them, and I'll see you in a year's time. So I headed to social sciences, completely not interested. All I wanted was I did not want to get kicked out. It would have been a blow to my self-esteem. And I just thought I'd like to do philosophy and English lit. So I headed to social sciences. I told them my story. And they said, okay, we'll have you here. Here are the subjects. And I looked at the subjects. And it was the most, to me, it was just not interesting at all. But I thought, you know what? I'm just going to pick something that I think would be interesting. So here's the subjects that I picked. I picked psychology. And you're going to laugh. I picked archaeology. That's not that funny. I picked psychology, archaeology, and here's the killer. I picked exploring the cosmos. That's actually a course, you know. Exploring the cosmos. I thought that sounds fantastic. So exploring the cosmos is kind of like a Mickey Mouse astronomy. They take you to the astronomy department and they teach you about the solar system and all that. And I thought, I'm going to learn that. So I did a year of psychology. I did exploring the cosmos. And I did archaeology. So here's a list of all of the subjects that I've done at uni so far, right? 2 years have now passed. So the subjects that I've done, check it out. Maths, I got 0. Computing, I got 0. Civil engineering, I think I must have got like 51 or 50, just enough to keep in the door. Geology, I actually did okay with that. I think I was a solid, it's probably not how they grade it, but I was okay with that. Then I did, I hope I can spell it. Archaeology. I completely flunked that. I can't even remember what I got. Then I did psychology. Okay, and I was good at that actually. I got about, well, that's a long story, but I did really well at that. And oh yeah, exploring the cosmos. Best subject ever. So I did that. So that was me now, having done a year as a failed civil engineer guy. Now I did social sciences, and then after 2 years, finally, I knocked the door on the arts department. I said, hello, how do you do? So eventually, I did English Lit. That became my final degree. And I did philosophy. And there was also a wee bit of Scottish literature in there. And also English language. English language is studying the origins of the English language, funnily enough, and it's really interesting. For example, how come I almost said the Queen, I suppose the royal family in England, how come they sound different from me? How come they say house and I say hoose? How did that happen? Well, actually, it's all to do with Old Norse and Viking invasions and all of that stuff. So it was all about the origins of the English language, and it was really, really interesting. The guy who was the lecturer was, he had an amazing side gig. His side gig was that whenever there was a crime or something and they had to identify somebody, they would call this guy in, this professor. I wish I could remember his name. But he could listen to somebody speaking and pinpoint where they lived to within a radius of about 4 miles. So he could listen to all of the nuances of the language and say that's somebody from there. And there was actually a case in the UK called the Yorkshire Ripper. It was a serial killer. I think it was in the 70s or 80s. The Yorkshire Ripper. Headline news everywhere. I'm sure there's documentaries. Well, thank you, Derek's here. Hello, Derek. I may call up. This professor of mine managed to solve the Yorkshire Ripper case, because the Yorkshire Ripper was this serial killer in the UK. Heavy stuff. But the serial killer had made some phone calls. And what they did is the cops taped the phone calls and they gave it to this lecturer who taught me. And the lecturer was able to listen to the phone calls and say, here's where he lives, based on his frigging accent. It's astonishingly interesting, and you would never have guessed it. So that was my whole thing at uni, and as you can see, it's a whole bunch of stuff. So that's how I became a complete know-it-all, in case you're wondering. There you go. So I staggered through uni like a drunk, staggering home. Now, it sounds like Derek is on the scene. Shall we bring him in? Let's do that. By the way, if anybody's listening and you did not go to uni, let me tell you something. It's okay. All in all, I think it was kind of a waste of time, if I'm being entirely honest, you know. But anyway, there was a few interesting moments like that. The English language, of all the things, that was the thing that was the most interesting. Let me call up Derek.
Hello.
Hey Derek, how you doing?
Hi. Good man.
Let me turn you up. I can't hear you.
All right, okay.
Hey man, were you listening to me babbling away there?
I know. I
Yeah?
can hear it though.
Oh right, I'm live streaming. I thought you were listening.
Oh, right. No, no, I don't know. What? So you're live on YouTube
I'm
just now?
live on YouTube, aye.
Ah, yeah, right. Like I've not seen you live on YouTube in ages because you've got that private members area now.
Mm, it's true. I'm trying to do one video per week where I just go public and let people know I'm still alive, you know?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, because otherwise you're just stuck with the ones that have already signed up, and nobody else is going to find out about you.
Aye, aye, absolutely. So anyway, how are you doing? Everything okay?
Aye, good, good. I've been working on my edit profile page. So now I'm logged into the app. I want to edit my profile, so I've got a form and it posts JSON to the API and updates the person row and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'm trying to get a decent sort of looking native date time picker working.
Right, right. That's excellent.
And then obviously your profile photo, like I wanted to ask permission for either to look at your phone's photos or to access the camera.
Right, I hear you.
And so to upload that. But of course, these phones, like, megapixels and megapixels, and like not the kind of thing we need getting posted to PHP. End up
Got you.
getting memory errors and stuff like that. So after I've finished the date time thing and got the normal fields sorted, the image one, I need to figure out how to, I don't know, either crop, resize, whatever, and then post
Right,
and
got
do
you.
that kind of thing. So yeah, it's quite exciting and it's good fun.
That's good. That's good.
How you
Well,
getting yourself?
I'm doing good. I'm working on this comparison site here, you know.
All right, aye, aye. How
And
did you get on with the auth stuff?
I filled out that thing for Twitter, and
Still got back to you yet?
it was that, and I've no heard back for them, man. I mean, I'll check and see if they've responded, but I
Yeah.
don't
Did
think.
you check that link that I sent you in Skype? The last link that I sent? GitHub.
What was
'Cause
it?
It's just the page on GitHub where once you hit it, you just click on create an app and you get an API key and job done. So you should be able to get your auth stuff working immediately. Log in with GitHub.
Will you be on tomorrow
I might be, yeah.
or late? Well, probably. All right. Can I do that tomorrow? Because that sounds amazing.
Aye, cool, man. If you
That
want.
sounds absolutely fantastic. I'm up for that.
I'm busy tonight, man. I'm going to Lindy hopping, which is
Alright, cool.
good
Easy
fun.
life, easy life. I like it.
That's it, man. Just like all the old numbers,
Right,
Thanks
that's
to
pretty
all the
cool.
lassies, man. It's good fun.
Great, great. Sounds great. Well, okay. Well, I'm going to be doing this wee live stream thing, and I'm going to just try and get the general structure of this app nailed. If you want, you can listen to me babbling away, but I'd possibly just annoy you, Derek. You know. So,
I'm
it's your
cooking.
call.
I'm just cooking some. I'm about to start cooking anyway.
Okay. Well, I'll get out your way right now, but I'll hopefully catch up either late tonight or
Aye.
tomorrow. Right.
What were you saying about Twitter?
Last night was the most electrifying night in the history of Twitter, perhaps even in the history of social media.
What was happening?
Do you know what? Oh, my volume's gone. Forgive me. Do you know what I did last night?
No.
Last night I walked to my mum's, and together we spent the evening watching Twitter.
Explode.
That I never thought I'd say that in my life. We were watching Twitter.
Wow, man. And what was going on?
Astonishing. Elon Musk announced. Do you know how there's been all conspiracy theories about how they've been interfering? Elon Musk basically said it's showtime at the Apollo. I'm releasing the data at 5 p.m.
Whoa.
And last night he released the data, and it's shocking.
What is the data?
Here is the data. The data is relating to the Hunter Biden thing.
Oh, the laptop shit.
All of the laptop shit. You've all heard it before. Please say you've heard it before.
Yes.
Thank you. But here's what you've not heard. He's given the names, the dates, the screenshots, everything.
Wow.
And it's like we now know who they are, what they said. He's got their emails and everything, right? And tonight, possibly right now, he's doing another one and he's revealing how much they were paid for their malicious, evil election interfering. If you, it's crazy. Go to Twitter right now. I'm astonished you never knew about this.
I was busy last night, man. Like,
oh, jeez. Look at the first thing trending. Hunter Biden. Right? This is the craziest stuff ever. Right? Now, keep an eye. Look at this. So, VJJ censored the Hunter Biden laptop story. So Joe wouldn't get a bad press conference before the election. Then after the Biden admin made her an advisor at the Department of Homeland Security. It's insane, right? And I'll tell you something. I did a video about Elon Musk and I never liked the guy.
I remember you going on about, like, he's not the guy who he says he is, because he's a fucking rich guy with his dad owning diamond mines and everything, man,
At that time, I felt like he was a fake genius, right?
Yeah.
And I also felt that he wasn't giving credit to his employees, right?
Yeah.
I've now changed my mind. Elon Musk is now... I would say he's a historical figure. He now takes his place among all of the great heroes of humanity. I'm so, and you know, can I tell you what's funny, right? I don't know if you can see my screen. This is really funny, right? See when he released all of the stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he was releasing the correspondence with all of these shysters who were manipulating Twitter and stuff. And what was happening, the communications were like this, right? Here's a Reader's Digest.
Uh-huh.
So suppose you said something like, Hunter Biden's a bit dodgy, or something bad about the Democrats, whatever, right? What would happen is, the Democrats, the people organising the campaign and whatnot, they would contact Twitter and they'd say, that guy Derek McLean has said a few things. Could you take care of this for me?
Aye.
And he showed you the screenshots, and they'd send your name and they'd send a link to the status, and then the Twitter employee or whatever would delete your account and ban you from Twitter. Sometimes shadow ban you, and then they would say the word back to the Biden administration, handled, right? So this is how they spoke internally. So could you get rid of that Derek McLean? He's causing a bit of trouble. Just get rid of him. So they'd ban you, and then they'd say handled. So after Elon Musk released all of that stuff last night, the web was going crazy, unbelievable. And then after it was all over, Elon Musk just tweeted handled. It was great. Best tweet ever.
Nice.
Just the best tweet ever. I tell you, man, Elon Musk is what an absolute hero, you know? What an absolute hero. And I'm not a political guy, as you know.
Yeah.
I don't even vote. But if I was a Trump voter, I would be furious, because there's no question in my mind that that election was rigged. And it was rigged on multiple levels. Those people who want to talk about the January riots in Washington and all of that.
Yeah.
What do they think's going to happen when they start rigging elections and interfering with the very concept of democracy itself? What do they expect? I think it's a miracle that there were not more riots, you know? Yeah. So this is the biggest story in the history of social media. It's staggering. And Elon, shall we call him Elon? I don't think there's any other Elons out there, is there? Anyway, so he has said, tune in for episode 2 of the Twitter Files tomorrow.
Oh, nice, man.
And let me tell you, I was here with my mum watching this last night, and we were just sitting like, oh, every time a tweet came out, oh, it's incredible, you know? So Twitter is a absolutely electrifying place right now. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right.
I need to have a wee read of all this, man. Catch up
Oh
on
yeah,
it.
catch up, dude. You're gonna be blown away. And you'll see tons of YouTube channels covering this as well. You know.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, look, man, I'm going to get back to this comparison thing if that's okay. But I'll maybe check in with you later on tonight if you're around.
Like I say, I'll be going to Lindy hopping, so I'm away swing dancing and stuff. You know.
That's cool. I'm generally staying up till 5 a.m. these days, just so you know.
Yeah. Fuck.
So, aye, man, it's what can I tell you? But in any event, if I don't see you late on tonight, I'll catch up with you tomorrow, and hopefully we can look into that stuff if that's okay. And I really appreciate it. You know, I'm live streaming, and I'll say, like, you're one of these guys like Simon that I've depended on so much, man, and I am grateful. You know. All right, get the hell out of here now.
You have a good one, right?
All right, take it easy now. Thanks a lot. Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio. All right, folks. So that was Derek there, whom I have known since. Can you believe it? We've known each other since 2004. Quite a long time. And you know the funny thing about Derek? I mentioned this to him, and I think he thought I was being a bit weird at the time. But I saw a photograph of Derek years before I met him, and I knew that I was going to meet the guy. I mean, it sounds a bit odd saying that, you know, but it's true, because he was in a band with a guy who was at school with me, by the name of Doug Will, and I met this dude in the street whom I had known years ago. I said, "How you doing?" He says, "I'm in a band. Here's a picture," and he showed me the band picture. It just so happened that Derek was in the band. I never knew Derek, but as soon as I looked at the photograph, there was a kind of familiarity about Derek's face, and I was like, "There's that guy." You know, and again, I'm not trying to sound weird, but it was kind of like, you know, I always had a feeling that he was going to show up, you know. Anyway, this is David's Insider Club, and we are allowed to talk a little bit crazy from time to time, right? Okay, so let's get back to this thing. Now, as I was talking to Derek there, you probably noticed that I added a wee thing that said finished, okay? So, here is what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Right. The num providers is count. Actually, I'm on the wrong one. Right, we're talking about fetch search update, okay? Alright. So, the num providers let me just change this. I'll call it num active providers. I'm going to say 0. Then I'm going to say num active providers ++. Then I'm going to say finished is. Now finished is an integer of row finished. Have they finished, right? Then I'm going to say that let's just say finished total is 0. And now I'm going to say that the finished total is whatever the finished total is plus finished. finally, if the finished total is equivalent to the num active providers, that means that we are finished. So I'm going to just say that, and I'm going to just say great success, which is my own little secret code thing. Now over on the searching thing, as we get our search updates, we're going to say if the response text is equivalent to great success, then we're going to go window, location, href equals, and we're going to take them to a success URL. Now let me just sort that out. I'll just say, actually, let's just say finish URL equals, and I'll call it results URL. There you go. Okay, so we are going to redirect to a finish URL. Now in order for this all to happen, we're going to head up here and we're going to say that around about here, we're going to say data results URL. Now we're going to say string replace, and if you look at the searching URL, you'll see that we've got searching /run. So I'm going to say searching /run like that, and I'm going to replace it with live quotes /display. I'm going to do that to the current URL like that, okay? So what that means is that when we're on this searching thing here, you can see that we've now got this nice live quotes URL here, and that means, now watch this, I'm going to pretend that finished equals 1, which means that the provider has finished. Did you see that? Did you see how it says great success and it redirected us? That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. And just when you thought it couldn't get any more exciting, our own secret millionaire Gear has arrived. How are you doing, Gear? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're so welcome, man. It's really good to see you. I'm doing a wee bit of work on this comparison site thing here. No big deal. No big deal. But the idea is that you're going to be able to do something like this. Something like this. Something like this. And then something like this. Okay. Now, this is going to divert us to another page in just a second. There it is right there. So that's saying live deals display. And I think that's probably where we should go. Live deals /display. So here we go. I called it live quotes. I meant to say live deals display, right? And I'll chuck this in for the moment. In fact, let me just copy. Okay. So we'll go like this. Results URL is that. It's just a test URL, right? So now if we go here, right, this is my wee shortcut for testing. So we go like this. We're on the search page. and then it's taken us to the results page. That is the flow, and isn't it fantastic? I think it is too. I think it is too. Alright, now let's have a wee think about how the report system thing's going to work. We should make it so that they get updated every 2 seconds is okay actually. But I think that it's now probably a good idea if we think about coordinating the actual search. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So let me go to the quotes boss thing here, and we'll go like this. Save it. We're going to go back here, clear the table, starting over, getting the quotes. Here you go. So we're on this wee page here. We have our little animation thing doing its thing. That's supposed to keep them all entertained, you know. It's good to see you, Gear Man. I hope you're doing well. Did you see, Gear, have you been following this stuff on Twitter? Holy cow. Holy cow. It's people who haven't been following it won't get this. It's astonishing. It's absolutely astonishing, and that's all I'm going to say. Alright, now, here comes the moment that you've all been waiting for. We're going to pretend that we've got these 3 different providers, right? Now, these could be anything. A travel agent, a site where you can buy guitars, you know, anything, concerts, you name it. But each of these is going to be our providers. We've got provider 1, provider 2, provider 3, right? And here are the websites. Now, each provider is going to serve up a bunch of quotes, you know. So let's just pretend that we've got these quotes, you know, of some description. Let me show you what I mean, right? So I'm going to open up, we'll take our attention away from the comparison site, right? And we're just going to imagine that we've got these providers here, right? And imagine that each provider has got some deals. Okay, maybe some deals published on their website or whatever. So something like that. I'll chuck in a little views folder. Here we go. Okay, so this is when I say provider, I mean somebody who provides quotes, right? So deals, extends, something like that. And I'm going to just say display. So this is a website. For example, here, if I go to deals display, and I'll do that, right? Okay, so there's some deals. Now I want to have some meaningful quote data here that I can work with. There's no point in just saying deals ahoy. So let me just see if I can find some quote data, and forgive me, I know that I'm annoying people by hiding the screen, but there's certain things that unfortunately I have to hide, you know. So give me just a second, will you? Give me just a second here. Hold on. I'm looking for data, and I hope Okay, give me just a minute. Just a wee minute, folks. I don't, like I say, there's certain things that I just can't show you. I'm not trying to be uncool or anything. But, you know, I don't want to have tons of people going after folks. So give me just a wee second here. Just a wee second. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, give me a wee second. Right, I think I can show you the screen now. I hope I can. Alright. So, I'm going to go to this quotes boss thing, and over on quotes boss, I'm going to make up a little test endpoint here. Okay. Something like this. Now, with this, I'm going to search from this table here. Okay, so I'm going to say rows is this. It's going to be model get ID from LC deals. Now I'm going to just say for each rows as key is assigned to value, I'm going to just say key is key, and give me just a little second here. Alright. For each value as k is assigned to v, echo k. Cool. So that's pretty cool. Alright, so let's just say then that rows with a key of key equals value, but I'm gonna say that value full URL is that. Okay. Right, give me just 2 seconds, folks. Okay, perfect. Perfect. So here's a bunch of data that I got from a live site. Okay, there it is. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy that, then head back to the provider website here, right? And I'm going to just say data. Well, how about if we just say sample data is this view sample data true, and then I'm going to echo sample data. Now let me just say sample data.php, I'll chuck in the sample data that we've got here. And so now if we go to deals display, you can see we've got our sample data. Now, just one other thing. I'm going to say sample data array is JSON decode sample data. Then I'm going to say prep sample data. Now that's going to take in a bunch of rows and it's going to return a bunch of rows. So we're going to say for each rows as key is assigned to value. Well, we're going to say rows with a key of key. And do you see the thing that says full URL? I'm going to say that equals the current URL. So now I'm going to say rows is this prep sample data, pass in the sample data array, then I'm going to JSON rows true, and there you go. Okay, so that's just a bunch of sample data that may or may not be useful. Okay, so Jason joins us, Jason Hicks. He says, "Hi DC, I've been trying to drop in to say hello for over an hour. Been doing my best. Mr. Mum impersonation and keeping the children fed. It's hard being a single dad." Well, we appreciate you, man, and as the great George W. Bush said, as far as I'm concerned, being a parent is the toughest job in the whole country because you're working hard to put food on your family. And we wish you all the best with that. Nice to see you, Jason Hicks. You know, I was saying the other day that I was writing about you, and you never asked me why I was writing about you. I forgot to mention it. So what happened is, I was doing this CV, and it just descended into chaos, you know. And when I look at my employment history and all of that, I mean, it's it's got more gaps than Wurzel Gummidge's dentures, you know. And I was like, what the hell can I say? And somebody said that it would be a good idea to write down a wee section with career highlights. Somebody had given me this tip. And I thought, okay, I'll do career highlights. And I thought, well, what the hell is a highlight for me? And I figured, well, hang on a minute. I've had a dude from NASA join Speed Coding Academy. That's pretty cool. Of course, every time Jason comes on, we mention this, right? So I wrote for career highlights. I said, well, I had a guy from NASA join Speed Coding Academy. That's a career highlight. And then I wrote, hang on a minute. I said, it has just occurred to me that I've never asked him what he actually does at NASA. For all I know, he just makes the tea. And then I wrote, no, I'm not going to have that. I'm sure whatever he does, it's highly, highly scientific and very important. In fact, I'm sure he's a marvel of modern day science. I imagine him as an extremely competent and attractive scientist who's no doubt going to save the whole of humanity in some sort of Hollywood type fashion. So that's it. And I'm not even going to ask him what he did. Look, it's classified. It's classified. Leave it. Leave it. And that was my CV. That was my CV. So that was how you featured, in case you were wondering. And don't tell us what you did at NASA. Don't you dare tell me that you were just making the tea or updating the website or something. As far as I'm concerned, you were saving humanity. That's the end of it, Jason. That's all we're accepting today. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Right, so now we're going back to our quotes generator here. And aren't we having a great day today? Yes, we are. Oh, yes, we are. So, let's... yeah, he says, I did forget to ask. Oh, the CV was a friggin' joke. By the end of it, it was just a complete laughing stock. I chucked it in the bin. I'm not going to write any shit like that, man. You know, it's like, who cares? Anyway, about me, you know. So that was that. But I'd love to talk about the NASA experience. I mean, yeah. I have to tell you something. I just remembered a funny story there. I've probably mentioned it before. As you know, I've done a lot of work for the car industry, you know. And I remember when I went and worked at First Vehicle, there was a guy there called Helmet. Everybody called him Helmet. And I asked, why the hell did he call the guy... I've told you this before, right? And I was like, why did he call the guy Helmet? That's the strangest nickname ever. His real name was actually Glenn, but everybody called him Helmet. And it was the funniest story ever. I said, well, what happened? Anyway, it turns out that when he was doing the job interview, the guy asked him, do you have any... I mean, this was a place that sold really, really great sports cars and stuff, you know. In fact, I'll show you them. Because they had a place called Sherwood Garage, Glasgow. Wait till you see some of the cars these people sell. So, here we are. And, oh man, it's a sorry selection today. Anyway, they've usually got Lamborghinis and stuff like that, you know. Anyway, the guy at the interview had asked Glenn, have you any experience dealing with sports cars, fast cars? And the guy said, yes, I have. And he said, what experience? And he said, I was a member of the Formula One team for Ferrari. Now, the moment somebody says that, right, you know that there's bullshit happening, right? I mean, let's face it. I mean, even the fact that I'm describing this makes me feel like a complete, chancer. But the interviewer says, oh, is that right? Oh, so you worked for the Formula One team? Oh, yes. And which Formula One team? Oh, Ferrari. Interesting. That's Michael Schumacher's team, right? He said, yeah. And tell me, what did you do for the Formula One team, the Ferrari team? What exactly was your day-to-day job? And he says, well, I used to help out at the pits, at the race events and all that. Great. What did you do specifically? And according to legend, the guy gave the funniest answer ever. He must have been thinking on his feet and he must have had his back to the wall. But apparently the answer he gave was, I used to polish Michael Schumacher's helmet. So that was his job at the pit. He was the guy who polished the helmet. Now, I don't know, man. I've never seen that happening. But just maybe if you watch the car racing, if you look close enough, you might see him running on with some Mr. Sheen and giving that helmet a little polish. But from that day to this day, the guy's name is Helmet. Everybody calls him Helmet, and that's why. Anyway, here comes. Gear is off. Thank you, Gear. Bless you to the highest, and thanks for passing by. Here comes Glenn. Jeez. Here comes Jason. Fun fact about that, the whole saving humanity thing. Check out Earth. I'm not checking it out now. I'm afraid it's against my rules, Jason, but I'll check it out later. Check out Earth Data NASA. My team was part of all Earth observing satellites, instruments, and associated software. Wow! That is awesome. And making tea. Right. That sounds amazing. Would you like to... Can I formally invite you on for an interview for the channel? People would love to hear about that. Maybe next week or something, or whenever suits you. This must be heard, and I hope that he agrees. Okay. We'll see what he says. I'm going to continue with this thing here. So what has just happened? Look at the logic. What has just happened? Alright, what's just happened? So, what I think has just happened as far as our quotation system goes, we're searching for quotes, and it's now the job of this application to find the quotes. Now this could get astonishingly complicated very easily at this point, because there's different ways of getting the quotes. Broadly speaking, you could use something like JavaScript, or you could use something like PHP, and maybe there's even a few other methods, and it could get complicated. It's possible that one company has a different mechanism from another company, but at this stage you want to be thinking minimum viable product. This is the key words that will change your life. Minimum viable product. Atlanta. Okay, cool. Home of the 1996 Olympics, where Michael Johnson ran 19.33. Am I right? Anyway, lucky you. Damon, my Atlanta, look, people can I'm sure your accent's clearer than mine. Let's set it up, Jason. The invitation is out there. Let me know, because people would love to hear about it, you know. And it gives me cred. In fact, sooner the better. How you like that? Sooner the better. I want to do it like Monday, you know. Okay. So now that we've figured that out, again, just to reiterate, we want to be how can I say this? We want to keep this with a minimum viable product as much as we reasonably can. So, how does this all go? Okay, here's what I think. Here's what I think we should do. I think that the best way to do this, or the easiest way, is to take advantage of the most powerful feature in all of JavaScript. So the most powerful feature in all of JavaScript is, of course, let me think. Well, it's set timeout. So what we're going to do is, and I'm visualizing here, we're going to have a JavaScript file created. In the JavaScript file, now I'm just thinking. Just thinking. Right, here's what we're going to do then. I think I've got it roughly. I think I've got it. So, do you see this page here for searching? This is going to get incredibly complicated incredibly quickly. Okay, we're going to go to... Hold on. Right, so here's what we're going to do. When we're searching, you can see that we're on this waiting page here, right? And you can see that we're doing search updates and we're doing all of that stuff. But the one thing that we're not doing is actually searching. And funnily enough, I don't know if I want people to even know how all of that works. So I'm not going to start doing HTTP requests here and sending requests to external websites and stuff, because it would just be ungraceful, you know. But here's what we can do. We can do the following. We can say load search script. There you go, right? So we're going to make a little function here by the name of load search script. There it is, right? We'll just check. Are we good? Are we good? Oh, people, do you hear me? Yes, we are good. So here's what this is going to do. Document dot create element. And it's going to create an element called script. We're going to say const search script is document create element script. We're going to say search script dot set attribute source equals, and in here we're going to say search script URL, like that. Then we're going to say const, hold on a second. Can I just try something? Console.log body. I don't know if I've got a body declared somewhere. I just want to be sure. Okay, I don't think we've got it. Just give me a wee second. Okay, cool. So we'll chuck in the search script URL, right? Now the search script URL, what's that going to be? Let's just say data search script URL equals, now for the moment I'll just make it the base URL, who cares, right? But the body's not defined and that suits me. So what I want to do is I'm going to say const body is document get elements by tag name body. That's an array, so we'll add on a little 0 here, and we now have the page body. We're going to set the attribute of our search script, and then we're going to say body append child of search script. So check it out. Okay, now unfortunately we don't have our search script here, so let me go into public JS and I'm gonna, could you give me just a little second, because I started on one of these. Okay, it's empty. So here's our search script. It's going to be at search.js, right? So we'll go to the base URL, we'll go to JS, and then we'll go to search.js, right? Now here is search.js, and I'm going to just alert all ready and save. Now check this out. We're going to refresh. Let's look at this. So script source is search.js. If we look at search.js, oops. Okay, there you go. So we'll do a refresh, and there you go. See, it says already. So we have dynamically loaded up this file here, you know, which is kind of cool. So this file, and by the way, the benefit of doing that is that if some asshole looks at your source code and goes, I'm going to see how you made this, well, we can kind of make their life a little bit more difficult, right? So, how are we doing? Do you think this is looking all right? I think it's looking really cool, you know. So let's now have a think about this. So we're going to have an array of providers being passed into this page, right? That's what we need. So let's get that, right? Now let's have a look here. Okay, I'm going to go to Trongate Security. And do you see how we've got a thing that returns a record object? When we make sure that the thing is valid, we can actually say record object is that. And if we JSON record object like this, we have access to the thing. And the reason why that's cool is because we can then say okay, we're going to say params string. Nah, we'll do it like this. Params oh, hang on a minute. Let me do this again. Okay, I got you now. So what we want to do then is I want to get an array of the providers. Okay, so I'll call it providers, and I'll just say this build providers array. In order to build a providers array, we're going to take in this record object here. We're going to go downstairs here. Now, if we say search status, this is a string here, right? So we can say rows is JSON decode record object. Now if we JSON rows true, damn. Okay. So what we want to say is search status. So search status is record object loading up search status. Now, strictly speaking, that's a search status string. if we var dump search status string, it says it's a string, right? So to turn that into an array, we JSON decode search status string like that. So there's our search status string, right? Now I'm going to say providers is an empty array, and then we're going to say for each rows as row, we're going to say that providers equals, and it's going to be row loading up provider code, and then we're going to return providers. So if we go back up here and we JSON data providers, what do we get? We get that, because each provider gets a code just like an airport, you know. Okay, so that's what we get. Now, what do we do with that? Well, with the providers array, we're going to do the following. Let me think here. Let me think. Okay. So I'm going to say, let me just say here, row data provider code is that, then row data I want to avoid using a word like API, so I'm going to say provider let me think here. Alright, I'll just call it data source, right? Now this is going to be base URL, and then we're going to say provider underscore, and we're going to join on string to lower on row provider code. There you go. Then we're going to say providers equals row data. Now if we refresh that, okay, so I'm going to just say JSON data. So now you can see that we're building up these things that could potentially be useful, you know. So let's just say I wonder. Alright, I'm thinking of all these weird security things that I could do, but I'm probably making it too complicated. So let's just keep it simple. We'll make it so that the data source is the provider code, and then I'm just going to say, now let's just look here. Here's our, so probably maybe we could just say something like data source. So that might be a module name. Fetch, and then we could join on the token, you know, so we could say something like that. So the token is dot. Now, do we have a token here? Well, I can see that we've got a search token, so we could just say search token, and we could add, why not, or even you could just say that the search token, so the search token is record object loading up the search token. There you go. So if we now refresh this, do you see how we've got these URLs here? And we're saying, let's build up a whole bunch of URLs that can potentially be used to fetch deals, you know, like that. Notice that the URLs are internal, so I'm not letting anybody know the secrets of how I'm getting the data. They have no clue. They don't know how I'm doing it. All they'll have is a link to an internal URL. Later on, this internal URL will be protected by tokens and all sorts, so they will not have a clue how this works. And then that array right there is that's going to be passed into the view file, and then we're going to use set timeout to simultaneously fetch quotes from multiple providers. And that, my friend, is how this is going to work. It's going to be fantastic. All right. So that's what we're going to do. And if you could give me just a little second, I have to make a quick phone call. I will be right back. Right, and we're back. So, what you're going to get is a bunch of API endpoints, internal API endpoints. Just to repeat, there's going to be a bunch of internal API endpoints. These API endpoints are going to return an HTTP status code. And there's going to be a status code for well, 3 of them. There's going to be one for still working on it. There's going to be one for an error, and there's going to be one for finished. Now let's have a look at the TronGate documentation, and we'll see if we can find some appropriate HTTP codes for this. So for example, we could say (202) accepted. Seems reasonable, right? If there's an error, we could say let's just say 503, service unavailable. Okay, so that's 503. But if everything is okay and we're finished, it's 200. That's it. Okay, that is it. And believe it or not, that's all we need to have returned from this endpoint. It's all about these status levels here. So, what we're going to do now is for each and every one of the providers, they're going to have a module. If I take you back to the searching thing, you can see how these things are being named. Okay? So, we're going to say modules, new folder, provider, PV1. That's a module, right? We're going to have a folder called controllers. We're going to have a folder called views. Inside controllers, provider pv1.php. We're going to go upstairs. Class, provider, extend TronGate. Now the API URL, well, I said data source. I should have just said fetch. So, okay. So as we look at our searching thing here, it's not going to have data source. It's just going to say fetch, right? So we now know where the stuff gets fetched from. This fetch URL here is going to return one of those 3 status levels. So again, this is what we're looking at. It's one of them, right? And that's all it needs to return. So, returns one of the following. Now the nice thing about this is that if somebody goes to our endpoint, some smart ass, and says, well, I'm going to figure out how this works, they're not going to get anything. They're not going to get any quote data or anything. They're just going to get these error things here, you know. So that's pretty much the idea. Now this is going to say that the search token is segment 3. And I'll just make sure that we've got the search token here. There you go, right? So if we take this URL here, and in fact, shall we chuck it on the screen? Let's do it. I'm going to echo data providers with a key of 0. Loading up, and it's called data source. There you go. So there's our sample URL. There you go. And it's an internal URL. This is really important, you know. It's an internal URL. So how's it going to work then? Well, let's figure it out. The first thing it's going to do is we are going to let me think here. I'm thinking. I think that there's a case for using matrix auth here. Anyway, we won't worry about that right now. So, what are we going to do? Well, first thing I'm going to do is fetch the search params. Okay? So we'll do that by saying record object is this model get get one where search token is search token. We're going to get that from live searches. Now let's just do a little JSON on the old record object here. And it gives us that. If we had a duff search token, it would give us false, right? So the very first thing that we're going to do then is we're going to say if record object is false, then HTTP response code is 503 and then a dice statement. We don't give any more information than that. That's all they get. Okay? But if everything is okay, then we are in the game. Alright. So, let's now look at this record object in a little bit more detail. As you can see, we've got a whole bunch of different things here. Manufacturers' IDs and all sorts of stuff, you know. I actually don't even really need this, but maybe later on we'll need it, I don't know. But for example, maybe we would do something like this, make title equals, and maybe we would say something like record object loading up make title, and perhaps later on that could be used, I don't know, for something. You never know. So perhaps we should just take the time and just establish some variables, you know. So for example, manufacturer's ID, stuff like that, you know. I think that lately I've stopped using extract because I find that well, you don't really know what's going on, you know? You lose track of how the whole thing works. So sometimes I think it's good to just actively declare what everything is. And then work from that point, you know? Alright. So we've got make title. We've got range title. Vehicle title. Now again, I might not even use this. Then we've got date created. Again, I might not even use it. And then we've got search status. Okay. So there you go. Now I'll just test it out by saying something like range title. And that looks fine. If we say something like vehicle title, that looks fine as well. So we've got the data that we may or may not need. In fact, I'll write that. Okay, but what I am going to do is just fetch some deals. Okay, so let's fetch some deals. Now, for the moment, I'm just going to keep this empty. But this is going to basically be the thing that returns the deals, you know. So we'll just say deals is this, fetch some deals, and then if we JSON the deals like that, it's going to go like that. But in fact, let's just say deal data is this, right? And now we're going to say fetch, instead of fetch some deals, let's say fetch deal data. So now what we're going to do is okay, so we'll say row data more to do is 1. That means I've got more work to do. Then I'm going to say row data deals equals deals. Let's imagine that this is our deals, right? And then I'll just say row data custom. We don't know what that's going to do. And then I'm going to say deal data Something like that. Something like that. And then we return the deal data. So right here, we're going to JSON the deal data. Alright, and there you go, right? So, what does this mean? Well, more to do means we've got more work to do. Deals is actual database records that have been extracted, and custom is a placeholder that might come in useful later on. We don't know if we'll need it yet, but that's basically what we've got. I'm going to keep custom empty for the moment. Maybe we'll never even use it. And so the goal of this thing now is to actually fetch the deals, you know? And I'm going to do that in the most basic way possible. The most basic way possible is to go to this URL here. So I'm going to just say page content is file get contents of that. Told you it was basic, right? Now if we echo that page content, what do we get? We get that. Now that is actually, if I just var dump that, hold on. Yep. So that thing here is just a string. That's all it is. Just a string, you know. Okay. And you can see that it is just a string. So if we say data string is JSON decode page content, now we have a little thing that damn. Now why is that not working? Why, oh why is that not working? I really have no idea. But that's okay. We'll take a little trip to our best JSON viewer. Could it be? Holy shit. So why is that no working? Oh, there's why. It's because this is saying JSON. It should actually say echo JSON encode. That's more like it. So now we've got it working. Okay. So if we echo JSON encode data, you'll see that it's a big old blob of data there. See it? That's it. Okay. So that is actually our deals. There they are, right? There's the deals right there. Pretty cool, right? Now for more to do, I'm going to say 0. So I'm going to say that's me finished. I'm going to leave custom empty and I'm going to return all of that stuff. Now, what that's going to do is the following. We're going to do a little JSON on deal data true. And I'm going to just say, for the moment, that deal data, deals, is an empty array. Just so I can see it, you know. So that's what we've got. More to do 0, then deals, then we've got the custom thing, okay? So what now? I hear you say, what now? Well, we are gonna insert the deals into the results table. Now, what does the results table look like? Well, the name of the table is actually LC deals. LC deals. That's the name of the table, right? And LC deals has got this structure right here. Unfortunately, there's quite a lot of work to do with this. But we have to insert that into the LC deals table. That's what we have to do. So how do we do this? Well, let's try a little experiment and we'll see if we can make life a wee bit easier, because I don't want to sit and type for 2 hours, you know. So let me just go like that and it says okay, fair enough. Now if we var dump data, we don't have data. That's good, right? So let's try a wee experiment. Let's say that data is deal data. And let's just say this model insert that data into LC deals. Think it'll work? Of course it won't work. So let's have a wee look then. We're going to say JSON data. And of course, it's deal data deals. That's what we're interested in, right? Let's do a little var dump on the data. And you can see that that's an array. So as we try and do the insert, object could not be converted into string. What the hell is this thing talking about? Well, maybe we could say deal rows is that. Then for each deal rows as data, then we insert the data. Okay, now it says array keys, argument array must be of type array, class given. That's a downer, innit? That is a friggin' downer. So let's JSON data true, see what we've got. So there's what we've got. Now let's unset data ID. We definitely don't need that. Okay, now immediately, that's interesting, right? So these things are objects. So we're going to say that data is an array of data object. There we go. We're going to unset data object loading up ID. There you go. There you go. Nice. Hello, wee Coco. Hello, my wee friend. It's good to see you, Coco. Come on up. We have a visitor. How are you doing, my wee friend? Oh, we missed you. Oh, we missed you so much. How are you doing? Yes, oh, it's the champion of the year. Hello, wee Coco. Hello, you, my wee pal. Oh, it's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. How have you been? How have you been? Are you okay? Alright. Nice to see you, Coco. Nice to see you, Coco. Alright. Okay, nice. So, we're building up a thing here. With a bunch of quotations. And I suppose the question is this thing gonna fly? What do you reckon, Coco? Do you reckon this is gonna fly? I don't know if it's gonna fly, but let's just try it. Oh, well, can you believe it? Can you believe it, Coco? So let's go in here and we will truncate LC deals because I want a fresh start here. That's right, Coco, we want a fresh start. And we'll head back to this little beauty here and we're going to go like this. And now we're going to browse. And look at that. A whole bunch of deals. That's right. A whole bunch of deals, Coco. How you like it? How you like it? Now, there you go, right? So we've successfully fetched deals from a particular provider. That's what we did. But what else are we going to do? Well, when that happens, we are going to return a code, one of the following, right? So, if you look here, do you see how it says more to do is 0, right? So what we're going to do then is we're going to say the following. More to do equals an integer of this. Hello, you. More to do. There you go. There's our more to do thing, okay? And here is the cool part. We're going to do a little switch statement on more to do. Oh, give me some autocomplete, won't you? Here we go. Switch is a funny old statement, you know. It's one of these things that the syntax is the same. Doesn't really matter where you go. The syntax is the same. So if more to do is 0, then the response code is going to equal 202. If more Pardon me, I got that wrong. If more to do is 0, the response code is 200, because that means we're finished. Okay? If not, then we're still working on it. So if it's 1, then it's that. Otherwise, it's going to be 503. So these codes are our own little secret method of figuring out what the heck is going on, you know. So if we echo this response code, you can see that in this case it's saying 200. If more to do was 1, by the way, it would say 202. If there was an error, oh, you miserable thing. Well, isn't that something? So let's take out this int. There you go. I'm glad I tested that. So if more to do is 1, it's a 202. If more to do is 0, it's a 200. And if something goes wrong, it's a 503. Okay, so I'm going to say that more to do is 0, which means we're going to get a 200 response. Now, we're not going to echo the response code, we're going to attach it to the header. Like that. And that is all you're going to get. Okay, from that endpoint. Now, let's go back to the searching page here. It seems like a long time since we've even looked at this, quite frankly. But I'm going to take out this results URL here. We don't need that. And okay, there's our providers thing, right? Now, I'm gonna unset data providers with a key of 1. And I'm also going to unset providers with a key of 2. So at the moment, I just want to deal with one provider. There's absolutely no point in making life complicated here, right? So here we go. We have the providers. Oh, hark the herald angels sing. Maybe I should just take a wee note of the format. Here we go. There's what we've got, right? Now, as we head in to this thing here, this is going to load up a search script. Our search script loads up dynamically. Now, if we do something like the following, you'll see it says rock the night. That's our search script doing its job, right? Now, before that happens, we're going to say const providers. And the providers, if we look at our searching thing here, we've passed in the providers here, right? But the providers is an array. So right here, we're going to say JSON encode providers like that. And in fact, we don't even need quotations and stuff because this is an array. So that's what we're talking about. So if we do that and then have a look at the source code, Okay, so there's our providers right there. Do you see them? We've got different things like provider code and all of that stuff, and we've actually got provider code followed by what else have we got? Data source. Fair enough, right? So what we're going to do then? What we're going to do? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go to where our script lives. This one here. We know that this has got access to a providers array. We know that, right? So what we're going to do is the following. We're going to do a for loop on the providers. I don't like that one. Hold on. Let's do that. And I'm going to just console.log providers I, and maybe something like that. So check it out, folks. Check it out. Okay. Okay, well, that's interesting. So where we had the providers thing come in there, in the strictest of terms, we kind of made a mistake because that's a string. Providers string. So on our search.js, it's providers string. So what we do is we say const providers is json.parse providers string. Alright, here we go again. Okay, now because that is indeed a string, it means that we're going to put this inside quotations. There you go. And look at that, we've now got the providers here, see it? There it is. So what we're now doing, and I think that's a good moment, because now what we do is I want to create an interval. I want each and every one of these providers to have its own. How can I do this? You know what? Interval my ass. Let's do a kind of recursive array. That's what I'm going to do. Now, let me think here. Okay, so all right. I'm going to say const time gap 500. Now, I'm going to say for each of the providers, set timeout, and I'm going to chuck in the time gap. Now, let me console.log the time gap. And what's that going to do? Well, it adds in this 500 thing. So let me chuck in a little I. Okay, so that's saying 1/500, okay. So what we're going to do then is we're going to say that the time gap equals, now we'll just say plus equals okay. Now we'll call this thing, let's say let wait, yeah, I'll call it delay time. So let's just say that the delay time is that. Perfect. So now we're going to chuck in the delay time here. Now all I'm trying to do with this thing is basically add in a little delay so that I'm not making my own servers crash, you know. The delay is like a wee safety net, you know. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to console.log the delay time, and I'm going to console.log the providers of I. So what we get right, so you can see we've got a data source, right? So I'll say data source is providers I. Data underscore source. See this set timeout and time gap? It's bullshit. I don't think we need it, actually. I don't think we need it. I take that back. As usual, I was making life too complicated. So there you go, right? There's our thing. So what we're going to do then is okay, we're going to say fetch quotes now. Fetch quotes is going to take in a data source. There you go. Alright, so now we're going to build a little thing called fetch quotes. I'm going to console.log fetching quotes for. So we get that. So this thing is going to legitimately go and fetch a quote. You'll remember that a wee while ago I built this thing. Remember this? So all of that is an example of a URL where we can find stuff, you know. So the way that this works is we say const http is new XML HTTP request. We're going to say http.open. Now it's going to be a GET request going to the data source. We're going to say http.set request header. I'll just say content type application JSON. We don't really even need that. Oh, I can't remember. Is it? I need to check something. Forgive me. I can't remember if it's a forward slash or a hyphen. It's a forward slash. Good. It is a forward slash. So that's what we get, right? And then we're going to say http.send. And then we're going to say http onload equals. And I'm going to console.log http.status. Okay, so here we go. And as you can see, it says 200. Perfect. Now, I have just checked. Let's chuck in that data source here, right? I have just checked blah 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 blah. Pretty cool, right? So what we're going to do then is we're going to say if http.status is equivalent to 202, that means we've got more work to do. In which case, we go like that. Now, that's what we're basically talking about, right? So it's going to keep on fetching the quotes, but assuming that everything is okay, what then? I hear you say. What then? Well, perhaps we could say let num finished providers is 0. Now, if it's 202, it means that we've got more work to do. But if not, it means that there's either an error, in which case we've finished, or it's a 200, in which case we've definitely finished. So, with that being the case, we can say num finished providers plus plus. Okay, so we've now fetched all of these quotes. We have done whatever we're going to do. And what now? Well, let's just say, I don't think we even need this, but I'll just say attempt declare finished. So with this, we'll just say if num finished providers is equal to, is greater than or equal to. Now let's just say const num providers is, I think I've got a num providers, do you know that? No, we've not. Alright. So const num providers is providers dot length. So now we can alert num providers like that. Oh, you miserable shithound, why is that a problem? Alright, it's greater than num providers alright, so we go like that. There's the number of providers. In this case it's just one. So we do all of that stuff. We figure out how this thing's going to play out. Now, let's just run this again. Do you see how it says totally finished? Keep in mind the fact that our searching page is calling that stuff, you know? Right? So how do we do this? I think we should probably just load the search script. And then, do you see how on searching we've got a results URL, right? There is the results URL. Now check this out. Yeah, I'm going to say const results URL equals. Okay, so we'll go like that. Okay, that's the results URL. And then here, let's just say results URL. Now we do have a results URL that's being passed in to here plus results URL. So if everything is okay, we're going to say window.location.href is results URL. So watch this. There you go. That's it. And that is the deals. Now do you see how the deal says 192? If I run that again, it's going to say 204. Let me prove it. Oh, no. Jeez, I never meant to click. It's fine now. It's going to work. It is going to work. It's going to say 204. Here we go. There you go. See? Beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. And the nice thing about it is anybody who viewed the source... I haven't even done token authorization. I haven't done matrix auth or anything. But anybody who tried to back engineer this would probably have a hard time. You would not have a hard time because you were here. But most developers, I think, wouldn't have a clue what to do. And that's even before I've added in any of the security protocols that will inevitably follow. So, that is... that's that, you know. And there you go. The only thing that's a concern is that the token here should change. So I'm seeing F9W. Now let me just try something, will you? Let me do that again. Right, that's definitely not the correct URL there going across. So let's see if we can do something about that. We're going to run our deal again. And you can see we've got live deals display, blah, 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 blah. So that's our finish URL, right? So that is live deals display, and we chuck that in. Now, unfortunately, that did a redirect. Did you see that? So let's have a wee look at what's causing that. We're going to go to live deals. And that was just me being an idiot. So now we're going to do it again. This time you'll see that we've got 12 deals. Here we go. So now, okay, what on earth have we got now? Live deals, display, HHH. Let me do this again. Get quotes. Alright, well, we have a wee challenge with that, but don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. So if we have a look at LC deals, right, everything here looks great. Now, okay. Nearly there. So this is saying select all from live deals where search token is that. Now I am gonna do that search. Oh, well, look at that. You can see the error right there. It's hard coded in the search token, and I am an idiot. So that's clearly what the challenge was there. So what we're going to do then is we're going to go here. Now you can see that we've got a search token here. So we're going to say data search token equals search token. Now it's going to work. There's absolutely no doubt that this is going to work, and in fact I'm so confident that I think this is just about time to wrap up this live stream, because I think I've been successful here. Live deals, go like that. I'll take off the test mode. And here we go. Okay, so now we're going to get a proper quote. And there it is, found 12 deals. And they really are 12 deals coming in. Here's another 12. There you go. And just to prove that this is really, really working, if I go to the other website and we take the sample data. So I'm going to say, let's do a crazy old basic rental. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? That's a crazy price, right? So if we go like that, and then go like that, and then go like that. What the hell? Oh, do you know what? Let me do that again. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 18. See it? That's it right there. So that is proof that our system works. Now there's a lot of work to do with this system in terms of you know, a lot of the finer points. So for example, when we go like that, then we go back here and it says found 0 deals. That is not cool. We cannot have that. So let's just clarify that num rows is count data rows. Let's echo num rows. So in this instance it says 0. So let's just say if the number of rows is 0, we're going to redirect to, we'll just call it expired, you know. So if somebody goes to one of those duff URLs, it's just going to say the page that you've attempted to visit cannot be found. Perhaps the data has expired. So once again, we can get the quotes. Everything's beautiful. If somebody comes back the next day and looks at the quotes, then the data has expired. And that, my friends, is how you build a comparison site. I think I've done the fundamental layout here in quite a nice way. Like I say, a little bit of JavaScript minification, a little bit of matrix auth and all of that, and some other security things, and I think that this is going to be fantastic. So that was pretty cool. I wonder if you got anything from that. Anyway, thank you so much for being here, folks. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. I've been on for 5 hours. That's not too bad. And that is really, really great. So basically, this is going to be eventually, it's going to be here. So that's what we're doing. Something like that, you know, something like that. Okay. I hope you found this useful. And let's just quickly see if we've had any GitHub stars since I've been on here. We had 689 earlier on. And we still have 689. That's a downer. I'm doing the best I can. I'm doing the best I can. Alright, folks. Well, thanks again for being here. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. I hope that you got something from this. Those of you who are members of the channel, I'll be live streaming hopefully tomorrow, as long as nothing catastrophic happens. And for anyone who's not a member, I'm going to try and do 1 video per week. Maybe even some. I've got Learning Zone material to post as well. Maybe that will go up soon. Alright, thanks a lot. Take it easy, and I'll see you soon. Cheers now. Bye. Bye.